Yay! So here we love it. So we are part 7, UK taking over for the next 4 hours. Thank you very much for everyone over in Europe that got involved. Thank you also very much to Miranda and Stefan for holding the fort, because I went off and had a little bit of a sleep. Didn't achieve as much as I wanted, but never mind. We keep going. I will at some point during the next 4 hours slope off to make sure that I'm taking the correct amount of breaks. Otherwise, I will be told off by my colleagues, and rightly so, because I am trying to set an example. I can't tell you to go and take a break if I don't do it myself. So absolutely spot on. So this evening, a little bit different in some respects, some of the same, and a lot of fun. So in the studio, we will have a couple of guests, some people that are special to me in as much as they give me a great deal of support and help over the last few weeks. Yeah, they deserve and rightly so should be with us. But we'll do that in a second. So just so you make sure you know, we are doing really well with our total, of which, because I'm completely prepared, I will throw that up in a second once I press and mash the right buttons to show you where we are. We're getting close to our target that we were hoping to raise over the whole of the 48 hours. So given the fact that we're coming up for the 24-hour part, believe it or not, in the UK, obviously the Australians are somewhat in front, myself included. So yeah, so we're doing really, really well. We're going to raise loads more money. I know we are, because you guys are so generous. We've got the American auction coming up in the section with the guys from America. We've also got the thank you, whoever just put that up. I was literally just about to do it while I was waffling. So there you go. There is a total right now, 81% of our targets. That's £1,224. So well done, everybody. Thank you very much. And I can guarantee you, we will talk to Malcolm in a moment when he's back. Here he is. So Malcolm, as you've just collared you, as you've just come back. So in the getting ready to go live, you were saying what this would potentially do for the charity and the beneficiaries. Would you like to say something?
Sure. So that amount of money will probably directly help over 40 beneficiaries, probably 50 beneficiaries. So 50 people who have served with the armed forces, have put themselves on the line, put their lives on the line, put their mental health on the line and their limbs for the protection of us. And we were able to give them something back, which I think is astounding. Modeling is just a basic little hobby. You put stuff together and you stick together and you hope it looks like the thing you're supposed to make it look like, and it's incredibly powerful. And I don't think people quite realize how powerful it is. And I think it's testament to the community. So not just Models for Heroes, but the whole community, way beyond the Models Mess, way beyond Models for Heroes, have come together and raised this amount of money for our bravest. And I think it's absolutely amazing. And every single person should be giving themselves a pat on the back. But there's more to go, so we can still raise some more, I'm sure. 81% in less than 24 hours, was it?
Yeah.
So if you've donated once, you can donate twice.
Absolutely.
That kit that you're saving up for, maybe not buy it. Maybe donate instead, and go without for a month or so, and give the gift of the hobby to somebody else. But yeah, it means that we can do a lot more with what we have. So it's fantastic. That's really going to help some guys.
Yeah, that's a great segue as well to just remind everybody, when you do donate, we also, as an added bonus, put your name into the wheel of exclusivity, and we do a random draw from time to time where we put together a little something just for that person that gets drawn just to say thank you and to show the fact that we really, really appreciate the fact that you've supported us, and been willing to dive into your pocket to help other people. So it's a little something, don't get me wrong, but it is exclusive. I can guarantee you that. And it's just another added reason for you to dig deep. But keep it going. We are going to, as I say, to raise a lot more money with the auctions we've got coming up, and the fact that our friends in the community from all around the world are getting involved. We've got people in Australia building, in Malta, in Belgium, in Holland, in America, in many different states, and that's just to name just a few. So
Cornwall as well.
Cornwall. Oh, I didn't realise that nation was involved.
Far down as that, apparently.
People still live there.
Norway.
Yep. Norway.
Norway.
Yeah, Norway as well.
Right. Vienna.
Yeah,
Yes.
Vienna.
Yeah. I mean, the reach of the community and how everyone's got involved is staggering. I don't think there's any other word for it. It's really staggering and humbling. So thank you very much. And that doesn't include the people that are watching from even further afield and just being there to support us morally and cheering us along. So, and that includes 21 people that are in the chat right now. So say hello, get involved in the chat, say hello to each other, because that's what the community is all about. Yeah. So before we go any further, I'm just going to quickly run around, see everybody that's in the studio and see where they're up to. And then we shall get in with a bit of a drum roll, our special guest. So first up, in no particular order, is Steve. How are you getting on, Steve?
Yeah, not too bad. Coming along. Just it's practically done, built-wise. The legs all done. Head's all done. I'm just going through the tiny little bits that I've missed off. And just making sure, going through the instructions, that I've got all the last bits. So, for example, I've got a gun to go on there, can to go on the side there, and something to go on the side of there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably just about it. And then it's going to be weathering. Oh, I've made a start on a base.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, not too bad at the moment.
Excellent. That's really good news. Well done, Steve. Next up is Carl. How you doing, Carl?
Yeah, not bad. You?
Yeah, not bad at all. How's your progress going? Like, you've got the paint brushing out.
We are putting some powders on at the moment. We're just gumming up the end of the gun turrets at the minute. It's giving some scorch effects. So that's where we're at. The main body and everything is painted in its primary colours. We've added a few extra bits. Here we've added some extra bits on the legs. We've still got to do the detail painting on here. And then we've got the legs here.
What?
So,
what? No, is that primer?
No, that's paint.
Wow. Okay, wasn't expecting that colour.
Yeah,
you've gone left field, haven't you?
Indeed. So some people might recognise it, some may not. But it is from something.
Teaser! What a teaser! Oh, lovely.
Star Trek Episode 4, I think it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
The Search for Luke.
Well, funny enough, I finished that search because Luke's next. Luke, how are you getting on?
I'm doing very well, James. I'm fed, watered, rested, good to go. So essentially the turret is now pretty much done. We've started adding some chipping effects to the breech itself, making it a bit more metallic-y looking. All the bits and bobs, as you can see on the inside, are done. The shells are done and highlighted. Main hull, we're just now attaching all the tools and all that sort of stuff to that. And then we'll be moving on to sort of edge highlighting, oil filters and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we're getting there, mate. Yeah.
And just remind me, this the approach you've taken to this is slightly different. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's entirely brush painted. Well, that's not true. I did rattle can primer it with Citadel rattle can, but all the effects, all the shading, the highlighting that you can see sort of on the webcam, everything is brush painted. No airbrush has been harmed in the making of this model.
That is looking really good.
That's
I'm
awesome.
loving that.
Considering you've done that all by hand as well, it's just
it was an experiment more than anything, but it seems at the moment
it's coming out all right. Well, it's a working experiment
to be working. So
yeah, that's worked well. Look,
yeah, and it's all Citadel paints. There is no other paint on it other than Citadel.
Well, what can you expect from a masterclass builder?
exactly.
Well done, fella.
Yes, James, you're a very tired man.
Professional, don't you know?
No, seriously, it's fantastic, and it's one of the joys I like about this 48-hour build. People do think a little bit outside the box in the way they approach things. So
yeah, well, as I said, I mean, the original idea came from yours and Malcolm's podcast, where you talked about wargaming and the crossover between the varying hobbies and approaches to doing things, whether that be railroading, gaming, scale modeling. And then the other reason really was because I knew we were going to be live. I didn't want to be going off to the spray booth every sort of 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And muting all that stuff. So I thought, well, if I can brush paint the entire thing, it means that I can be interacting whilst I'm painting rather than shooting off to the spray booth. So, but it was a gamble. It was a gamble because it's a scale model. It's not a Warhammer kit.
Can you pick my next lottery numbers then?
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's paid off, and hopefully that gives people out there, maybe some beneficiaries out there that are watching that haven't got an airbrush setup, because they're not cheap, are they, initially to get set up?
no.
That with some really straightforward techniques and brush painting, you can actually achieve that sort of airbrush looking finish with a paintbrush.
Yeah. I think John Mayfield did that, didn't he? On a King Tiger. He just took what was in the box in the starter kit, 1/72nd.
Yeah.
And he made the whole kit. And all he used was, I think it was his own stuff, was toothpicks, bit of water, and a paintbrush.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can be done. I think we get, as scale modelers, certainly speaking on my own outlook on things, we do get a little bit complacent, if that's the right word. We've done this for years, and we have a process. When we prime it, then we base color it, then we highlight it, we pre-shade it, all with an airbrush. And sometimes, if you think outside the box a little bit, you can achieve stuff without that expense. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been very fortunate to make a friend called Robert Blocker, and all of his work that he does, and he's a phenomenal builder, really phenomenal. He uses enamel paints, the old Humbrol enamel paints.
Yeah.
And I that's what I used to use when I first started model making, and I switched to acrylic because the general gist of what I understood from the community was that acrylics was the way to get the best effects, and you couldn't do it with any other sort of thing, and blah blah blah. And I sort of read into that and thought, well, okay, yeah, we'll give it a go. And yeah, I've learned a lot of different things, and right to a point. But what he can do with enamels, oh my god, it's just phenomenal. So you're right. We do get stuck in a rut, really.
Absolutely.
We should seek different ways, different out of the box sort of ways of doing our models. So yeah, well done, mate. It's looking cracking.
Thank you.
Steph, how are you getting on?
Hello, I'm getting on fine. Slowly but surely catching up. I keep getting told off by the puppy because she keeps coming in and whining at me. So I've just fed her and drugged her up. So hopefully she'll be out cold soon. So I've got to go back and make more eyelets because I don't have enough. So I'm making those little tinkers. I'm just about to see. Come on, if it goes into focus at some stage. There we go.
Oh my
so
God.
I'm making those.
Oh my
Very, very
God.
simple to make. You take a piece of fine piano wire, nice and strong and stiff. Cocktail stick is too thick. So something, it's probably about 28 gauge, but it's got to be really stiff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take a piece of very fine wire. That's about 0.1, 0.2. You wrap it round, hold it together, and then just twist. And that's how you make them. Simple as. There's no special. And then you drop your rod out the end of it. And that's what you end up with.
Wow.
One of those.
Wow.
So, yeah, I've done front of the cockpit. They've got those in. You can just about see it. Oh, my teeth here. So, there you go. There's 4 in there. And I've done, there it is, the whole of the top wing. So there's 2 in there, 2 in there. There's 6 around there, and then there's 4 this side. And I have to do 2 in there, 2 in there. A load in there, and then 2 on the tail, 1 there, 1 there. And then I've got to do some brass tubing and cut that down to size for the turnbuckles.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's nothing I can say to that. That's phenomenal.
All I was going to say is, you sure your surname's not Skiffins?
He would be the better looking brother. Well done, Steph. Considering that yesterday was a bit of a stressful day for you, at the end, which we won't go into. It's what it is. But you bounced back. You pulled out of the bag as I expected. So well done, you. And of course, Malcolm.
Hi.
How are you getting on?
Yeah, right. Just putting colour onto this figure, basically. I am. What am I doing? I am. Focus is weird on here. Yeah, I've done the blocking of the colours mostly. I started highlighting bits and bobs. I'll get very excited about highlighting things. I shouldn't. So I started highlighting this and some of the shoulder pads. Done lighter on the top of his, what is that? Belly tusk, elephant belly thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
whatever that is. Highlight the top and just just going around and highlighting it and darkening it. And all that kind of thing. Also, just kind of choosing which greys I'm going to use as well, because there's a lot of different greys in this. So there has to be a metal color and a wood color and it's also different ones. So I've got lots of different kind of shades on my palette that I'm wrestling with. But yeah, so it's fun. I'm absolutely loving it.
Are you using any reference for your greys? I mean, we have talked about the internet and the fact that I can't remember exactly what it's called now. It's gone out of my head, but okay.
Yeah, so all these colors. So I am going to try and replicate this bronzing they've got on here. The only thing I own is this old Balthazar gold and a Retribution armor.
Yeah.
But
Malcolm, do you have any Stormhost silver?
I got that really good silver that is the Tamiya one, and I've also got like a Vallejo silver. I don't have any more than these.
So when you start to highlight the Balthazar gold, if you just add a drop of a bright silver into it, it actually creates a really nice highlighted brass tone. So you see on his chest plate there, in between the rivets, where they've got that sort of highlighted brass right in the middle. Yeah, that's how they do it, mate. They use a very bright silver mixed with the Balthazar gold, and it creates a real nice tone.
Okay, all right, I'll try that then.
Yeah, I've seen Justin Rhodes just use silver to highlight bronzes and golds as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's who I'm doing and what I'm doing and what I'm up to. Well, I quite like this blood that he's got on his bandage here. So I might try and replicate that. Actually, a bit of colour in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So lots to do, but loving it. Absolutely brilliant fun. Yeah.
You are the figure king, without doubt.
No.
So there you go. That's the guys in the studio. But I'm going to add in our special guest.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, happy haircut.
Hey, haircut day. Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Good evening, James, Malcolm, Luke.
Hello.
Good evening.
Carl, and Steve.
Steve and Mike. Hope you're doing well.
Thanks.
Good. So we asked you to come in because you yourself and the gang that you do your hangouts with have spent a lot of time promoting us, and I wanted to publicly say to you, thank you very much to you and your crew for everything you've done. With people like yourself in the community that have gone out of their way to promote the event is outstanding, but you've also cancelled some of your own things that you have planned that you do on a regular basis to allow the audience that you achieve come and watch. So it needs a big thank you. So thank you very much, Mike, to you and the crew.
It's a great cause, mate.
From the heart in my bottom, Mike. Thanks.
Yeah, so I want to message you because I did leave this to the last minute, which I should have been a little bit more organised, so I apologise for that. But
No worries.
The fact you come and joined us at the last minute as well is phenomenal. It just shows the commitment you've got to the community in which you serve, and to your friends and all the rest of it. So, yeah, well done, you. Big pat on the back, fella.
Yeah, not just for the stuff you've done for this weekend either, Mike. It's for everything that you do.
Yeah,
everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just what you do, and it's just.
It is, but you know,
but you do go above and beyond.
Yeah, and we all suffer from the same problem in the fact that we forget to thank people because we just get used to you doing that sort of thing, and we take it for granted, and we shouldn't do that. So yeah, you need that shout out. So thank you. I mean, there are others. Don't get me wrong. You're not alone.
No.
But you know. So thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So the other thing in which I said to you was that obviously as you're coming on the stream that you've got 24 hours to do your build. Was that going to work?
I thought I was going to play with me big boy, but
that's an entirely different stream.
The problem is if you play with your big boy, then he's going to know because he's right there. He's right next to you.
Yeah, that's the problem. You see.
Yeah. I might have to get my big boy out then as well.
Now, boys, it's not like getting it out on the table and like, oh, I'm got the biggest one.
Yeah, so for anyone that doesn't know and he's watching right now, Luke and Mike are doing a buddy build of a boy, which is a locomotive, nothing more. 182nd scale, is it? I think off the top of my head.
187th, which I believe is HO scale in the sort of model railway world.
Yeah.
Right.
See, you do pay attention in the chat, don't you, Luke?
I do pay attention, mate. Yeah. Now and again.
Well, you know, we invited you in tonight to be with us. Whatever you choose to do in the background, model related, is up to you.
I have got an armored recovery vehicle on the go at the moment which I've been
nice.
Have been working on, which I'm at that stage on it now, so I'm getting my bits and pieces on it. But I had, as I thought the air compressor given up the Ghost
Oh,
because it was only putting out £10 PSI.
oh no.
And getting primer through it and stuff was a bit hard. So Paul Chaplin, who's just turned up in the chat there, he kindly sent me his spare compressor, thinking it was a compressor that was gone. And I was getting exactly the same air pressure out. And I've now had a new air hose turned up, put that on straight up to £50. So so I can dial it down and I can get back on the. It's like you say, how reliant we get on using an air compressor and an airbrush for doing our kits, because I was lost as soon as that one. Getting away from figure painting and stuff, which having climbed back out the hole way before Christmas. I've gone back to traditional plastic building. So that's what I'm going to be messing with tonight.
Awesome.
Well, that's awesome. And again, thank you for joining us. I'm really grateful. I'm going to head over to the chat very quickly because it is thundering along. First in tonight is the craft station. So Lisa saying good evening all. Evening, Lisa.
Hello, Lisa.
Good evening, Lisa.
Oh.
Next up is Twisted Rail Hobby saying good evening saying good evening to everyone.
Evening, Eric.
Oh, yeah.
Evening, Eric.
White Glove Models is saying hello everyone.
Hi, Caleb.
Yeah.
Hold 247 Models says good evening everyone.
Hi, Keith.
Hello.
Okay.
Hugh Gordon says, well done, folks. Great job so far. Thank you very much. Everyone's saying hello to everyone else. Joe's in the chat as well. And hello.
Hello.
Joe.
Lisa's just reminding everyone there, don't forget the thumbs up. Yeah, if you can give me a thumbs up in the YouTube channel, it helps with the analytics and gets that message out there a little bit more. And to be honest, no time more is important because it's not about me, it's not about us, it's about Models for Heroes. So the more we can promote that, the better it is.
Absolutely.
White Glove Model says outstanding work so far, everyone. Everything is looking amazing. Richard is there in the chat saying good evening everyone, hope you're all rested. Yes, most of us are.
Yeah.
I have to say that or I'll be beaten up by somebody. Julian is there saying I can't use an airbrush in my room as there's no way to ventilate. So he's a heuristic guy. I know some people get upset by that phrase. I actually find it quite amusing. Heuristic guy.
How would you get upset by that phrase?
It just some
People
people
get
do.
upset by all sorts of things.
It's just one of those things that people react to, and I don't understand it. If you use a hairy stick, you use a hairy stick.
Surely an airbrush is an air stick, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
So a hairbrush is a hair stick.
Yeah. I'm not sure
because he hasn't got a lot of it.
True. I don't know. Going back to a stream earlier, I don't know what you call someone that use cat hairs though, because that's not a stick, is it? It would be. Would they just be a hair person?
It is literally a hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, there you go. Dominic's there saying good evening, everyone. Evening, Dominic. And he's also making comment about Steph, saying, well, very, very nicely done, Steph. Indeed, pulled that one right.
Thank you.
Edward Millership's there saying, evening, chaps and chap petties.
Yeah,
Edward.
You're right.
White Glove Models is saying, hi to Mike. Good to see you.
Thanks, Caleb.
As is Richard. So, Scotty Scout Studios. Good evening, all. Still cleaning up after the collapse. All seems mostly okay, but this might set my progress back a bit. Yeah. Scotty is our group build admin on the Model Officers Mess Facebook page. He took on the role this year, and so far has done an amazing job. And I know he's going to continue in that format. He was one of the guests in which we invited in tonight. Partly my fault. His name was on the list, but unfortunately, I've got like 60,000 lists in front of me, so I missed it. So I wanted to make sure he was in. But as he was setting everything up, because he was a little concerned it wouldn't work, he managed to knock over his bench with his build on. So it's good to hear that it's mostly okay. As I said to you, don't worry about it. Take the positives, because obviously the positive is we found out the Wi-Fi works where his hobby room is, and just build. And if you don't finish your build, there is no problem to that. You don't have to. You just take part is everything that you need to do. So yeah, good. That's sort of good news, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We got Plastic Monkey in the room saying, "Evening, everyone."
Hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Right, Paul.
And rightly so, Stefan is in there saying 24 hours warning for the Dutchies. Yes, 24 hours is gone already. Our 24-hour warning will be coming up quite shortly, I would think. Yeah, just about an hour away. So, yeah, it's really rocketing past. Don't panic, though. You've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. People saying hello to everybody, and then we've got Badger there saying, "Evening all. This is harder than I imagined, but it is a lot of fun." That is the key. That really is the key to it. It's just the fun, taking it apart and having fun.
Yeah, don't put yourself, like James said, there's no pressure to finish the kit in 48 hours. As long as you're enjoying it, you're building along, doesn't matter. So, yeah, it is a challenge. It is absolutely a challenge to finish a kit in 48 hours. But the fun, is, as James said, is the key. As long as you're having fun and we're making money, we're doing all right.
Yeah, that is what it's all about. Bringing the community together, having some fun, having a laugh and a joke. And Malcolm's now got a paper cat on his bench saying BRB. There was no need to do that, but that's fine. I was watching him as you were talking and I was talking. I was watching him do something on that poster now, and I thought to myself, he's going to draw cat hairs on that cat. He's going to.
Yes, that's something Malcolm would do. For sure.
Yeah. So if you're not sure how to donate, this is how to do so. Please dig deep. Yeah, there's the Just Giving page. Head over there and make your donation. And just to remind you that when you do make your donation, throughout the course of the streams, your name will be added to the wheel of exclusivity. And if your name is pulled out, we will send you an exclusive gift to say thank you so much for supporting us and being right behind us. It's just an added bit. you know, whatever he's doing that he needs to go away and do, he's not going to do because he's too busy doing that. Dear. You gotta love it. So I suppose actually one thing I've just realized I haven't done is I haven't told you my progress. So let me do that.
How are you getting on, James?
Well, do you know what? Thank you for asking. How unexpected. Obviously, I'm building with the Australians, so my time is running out much faster than everybody else's. So what I've managed to do is I've got the basic coats on. Let me try. I've got an app for this somewhere. So as you can see, I've got the coats on. I've got the main coats on underneath, and I'm mucking around at the moment with the sides. And a bit of camo. Now, the downside is that I've managed to lose my decals for this. Not a big deal, but you know, a bit annoyed at myself. I'll probably put them somewhere really safe, and I'll find them next Tuesday. To do the model, excuse me, to do the modeling on the side, I've actually used one of these. So it is he says, reaching across to see what the package says. It's an HD stencil system from Anarchy Models. It comes in a pack of 2, like so. Very good. It takes a lot of the stress out of it to a degree. The only thing I don't like about it is the thick edge on the side. But I mean, it's pliable. You can bend it around stuff and all that. So. Probably just down to the user. Excuse me. So I'm making good progress. I just want to get a little bit of bits and pieces sorted on the side. Obviously, I don't like the fact that there is a line there as such. So a little bit of fettling, and I'll get that done, and then I will be at a position to put take the masking tape off, put the landing gear on, and start weathering and all that sort of goodness. So doing really well. It's looking good, and it's a great little model. This model is from Amusing Hobbies, and it's called the Weserflak. That's probably pronounced wrong. Weserflug. It's a great little kit. It fits together really nicely. Check them out. It's my first Amusing Hobbies kit, and I will be getting more because if they're anything like this, there's quite a few subjects they do that I am looking forward to get my hands on.
Yeah, they do some real interesting subjects that the manufacturers don't seem to go anywhere near, don't they?
Yeah. Carl's done a couple of tanks, which are from the World of Armour, is it, game?
There's a few from World of Tanks, yeah.
Yeah, so it's worth checking them out. They are good, and like I say, the fit is really good. Let's try and get a little bit of fluid in my throat. Catch up with the comments. So Hole 247 is saying, undecided which unit to build for my Warhammer 40k army. It's out of Polaris Infiltrators or the Polaris Incursors. I only have room for one of these units. That's definitely a question for you, Luke, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we won't bore everybody with Warhammer 40k rules, but essentially both of those units do a very different thing on the battlefield. So once you decide how you want your army to play or how you want to play that army, that will be a massive indicator of how you put that unit together. If you're undecided, because I know Keith's very new to the game, if you're undecided or unsure how you want to play your army, then what my best advice would be, whichever one you like the look of best, the aesthetic of it, go with that. Use it in a couple of games. Most people, when you're new to the game, unless you're playing in a tournament where they have set rules and stuff, most people will allow you to say, that unit is either incursors and use that rule set, or they're infiltrators and use that rule set. There's not many people that would have an issue with that unless you're playing in a formal tournament. But yeah, whichever one you like the look of would be my advice, because you're gonna have to spend time building and painting them, and when you're new to it, try not to overthink it. Build what you like the look of, and then you'll enjoy playing with them because you built them as you want.
Yeah, absolutely, good advice.
Yeah, I think he goes to game evenings at Games Workshop now, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think last Wednesday was his first game where they introduced him to the rules and stuff. So so at the moment it's very early days, mate. So just build what you like the look of, paint them how you want, and just enjoy it. It's
paint them red.
Excellent. Next up is Brian. Brian says, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Brian.
Hello, Brian.
Everyone talking about among themselves as I go through the chat. Bear with me. Mark at Edinburgh Model Man Cave. Evening all. I'm on decal duty today with the Sherman tank and should be done by tomorrow lunchtime. Fingers crossed. Wow. Well done, you.
Well done.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
Nice job, Mark.
Machine.
Indeed. White Glove Model says, hi, I double team you on YouTube and Facebook. Huh? Okay.
He's watching us on both.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's double
If you're clever and you manage to spot the errors in one or the other, you can put them in the comments. Panzer Cat has just popped in by to give some moral support and a thumbs up. Thank you very much, Panzer.
Thank you, Panzer.
Thank you.
There's another example of exactly what I was saying earlier about the community all just there to help each other. So,
yeah,
wonderful. Thank you very much. Right, so we're all caught up with the chat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to clunk some buttons. Those that have been watching throughout the stream over the hours so far will know that we do have a couple of auctions coming up. They are region Pacific, so we have the American auction. He says waffling, trying to find the right slide, but probably not in there. But it's not, would you believe? After all what earlier, you Wally. That'll be coming up tomorrow or tonight. It's tonight, isn't it?
Tonight, yeah.
Well, yeah, technically it is tomorrow because it's 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
Yeah, so it's 1 a.m. in the UK, but as I said, they are region Pacific. So 7:30 in the US on Eastern time. When we do the auction, Luke and Steph have been really kind to volunteer themselves to do that. And a great job they've done so far with the Australian one. There is a new item in the Americans auction lot, and then of course we've got the UK's auction tomorrow, which will be at 7:30 GMT. Now this is going to be interesting because technically the UK contingent should finish their builds at 8 o'clock. However, because we will be losing an hour very shortly, I'm going to allow the build to carry on until 9 o'clock, which gives us a little bit of time to do the auction. And if necessary, what we'll do is we'll stop the auction, go around and see what everybody's built and how they built it and the final bits, and then we'll go back to the auction to finish it off if we need to. So that's coming up over the next few streams. And like I say, just be wary of the fact that they are most definitely region Pacific. Okay, so please don't bid on anything that's not in a region in which you live. This is the schedule. It is complicated. So as we are doing a UK stream right now, all you need to do is just look at the UK column. The times of when we are live are highlighted in yellow. The times we're not live reflect the times that other people are live in the coloured blocks, and that will give you a rough idea when the times are in the UK. So, for example, we're going to go through to about 10:30 UK time, half-hour break, and then from 11 o'clock, the US take over. Now, there is a possibility that my maths has not been good enough, because as you can see on this chart, it does say -5 hours. That's not correct. It's actually -4. So as you look, if you're watching us in the US, as you look on that right now, you will see in the purple square that it is 6 o'clock Eastern time. And 6 o'clock Eastern time is when they will kick off, regardless of whether it's right in the rest of the line there. That's what we've organised. The Geeks and the Plastic Posse will be in charge of all of that. They had a great night last night. They were a little concerned about the amount of time that they'd be able to give to the stream, but I actually had to go into the stream and tell them they got 5 minutes to stop. So they obviously had a whale of a time, and I know a lot of people popped in to give them support. So thank you for doing that. So yeah, it'll be the Australians after the Americans, and then we're well into the period of where people are finishing. Obviously, the Australians will finish first, along with myself, and then we'll go over to the Netherlands that will finish before the UK. So we'll check out what they've been doing, and then obviously the UK, and then the Americans as well. So although it's a 48-hour build, it is a lot more than that in the stream. So, but it was the most sensible way in which we could get everybody to participate. So there you go. So that's what's coming up. We do have, I guess, the thing a little bit later on tonight. The lovely Steph has put something together for us. And obviously we're just going to have a chat, a relaxing evening model making. You got any questions for the guys, anything model related, then please put them in the chat, and as long as I can see them, I'll highlight them. We'll have that conversation. Also use the chat for telling us what you're doing. If you're involved in the build, tell us what you're up to, and where you are with your build. That'd be great to know. And we also will have two other things. We will have a post going up in the Facebook group, which will be your opportunity to give us an update of where you're at that point, which we will actually go live over to the page at some point and go through everybody's work to see how everybody's progressing. So you've got that opportunity. I would say it'd probably be an hour or so. So we'll put that post in. We will tell you when it's gone up, and then we'll give you a certain amount of time to do that, and we'll go and have a look. And lastly, which I've forgotten what I was going to say. Oh, crap! I hate that when that happens. Yep, that'll come back to me in a minute. I'm just going to go to the comments and double check that we're up to date.
We'll have the wheel thing at about 8 o'clock.
Thank you. I knew that's what it was. Yeah, so we will have the wheel of exclusivity churning around. And as I said to you before, that is specifically for those that have donated. All your names are put in a hat, and we will see if we can pull your name out and send you that exclusive item. So going over to the chat, we have got Ride with the Wind. He's in the house. He's saying hello.
Hello
to Brian, and hello, an evening to Luke and all.
Hello, mate. Nice to see you.
Hello.
White Glove Models is just saying that to Dad, I never received those stickers. Probably got lost in the mail. That happens a lot here.
I replied to him.
Cool. Okay, no worries. So yeah, we're all up to date with the chat. Keep the chat coming in, and like I say, give us some conversation bits if you like. But remember, we're here to donate from a really, really brilliant cause, and I'm going to play you a message from somebody that can tell you a little bit more about it.
Simon. I was discharged from the Air Force after 28 years with a bad back and a bad head. My marriage failed. I moved somewhere fairly isolated, and I was really struggling with isolation and loneliness. I heard about models from heroes through Walking with the Wounded, and as someone that used to do loads of model making as a kid, I thought, you know what, it might be a really good way of getting me back into modelling. What I actually found was a huge supportive community, a family of veterans and modelers who are there for each other and use modelling as a medium to support each other rather than the end goal. Models for Heroes is an absolutely amazing organisation. They have absolutely turned my life around. You know, I feel honoured to be part of an organisation like that that's reducing veteran loneliness and isolation and improving mental health.
Go from the horse's mouth, as they say.
Yeah, nice.
That's the benefits that this charity gives. As a volunteer, I can tell you firsthand the difference I've seen physically in people in a very, very, very short space of time. And to think that comes from a bit of plastic and a bit of glue is really quite mind blowing. So dig deep, make your donations. And like I say, watch out for those auctions, because that's another way in which you can get involved.
I've not seen that one before.
Have you not?
No, I haven't. That's my first time seeing that. That's amazing. What a brave chap it is to admit to all those things and to say thank you. It's really good. It's it's amazing. So well done, everybody, helping them out.
Yeah, and actually that's a good segue to say thank you to everyone that supplied videos. If you're watching, we really appreciate the efforts you went into. And as Malcolm just said, in some cases, those videos may be quite difficult to produce and make, because dealing with some of the issues that these guys face, taking ownership of your issues is one of the first steps, obviously, and being comfortable enough to express something so personal is difficult for the best of times. So congratulations for you to being able to do that, and sending that information to us was really kind of you, so thank you.
James, if I may, sometimes, for some people it is very, very hard to do, but for some people they actually find it cathartic.
Yeah.
Be able to articulate how they feel, what's happened to them. And you're talking to a camera, but talking to that camera may actually make you feel as though you're talking to somebody who's listening.
Yeah.
And that's half the issue.
Yeah.
Feeling listened to.
And I think Simon touched on it in that video, and from personal experience, I think sometimes there can be a misconception with veterans that are struggling with mental health. It isn't always down to PTSD.
No, it's not. I don't have PTSD.
A big part of it, I mean, I was diagnosed with PTSD years after I left the forces. But one of the biggest challenges I found when I was discharged was exactly what Simon mentioned there, the isolation that you feel.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Because when you're in the military, regardless of which branch, what your job is, you're surrounded by like-minded people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you leave, all of a sudden, you're a fish out of water, because you're now in the civilian world, and that world operates very differently to the military one.
Oh, God, you don't know how to act.
No, and that isolation is a real thing. And where this charity comes into its own is it gets rid of that isolation. because you are interacting through model making, not only with other veterans, but, you know, if we look around the room here, there's a mix of veterans, there's a mix of civilians, there's a mix of ages, there's a mix of people from all different walks of life.
Yeah.
So you start to feel that integration back into what I would term the real world.
Yeah.
That is, what's the word? Unquantifiable, the benefit that can have to someone.
Absolutely. They called it melancholy when I came out.
Yeah.
And I was just told basically just get on with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's such an important thing. Such an important thing to integration back into society is huge.
Yeah, I've got a question here for the guys who haven't served in the military. So Malcolm, James, Carl, and Steve. I'm not too sure on you two. Did you serve or didn't you?
I wouldn't say I served. I was effectively in the military, with being moved all around the world.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a scaly brat.
Yes.
Your parents were in, or your dad was in. Steve?
No.
Okay, so Carl, you have a good idea of the military world.
Yes.
This is to Malcolm, James, and Steve. Why are you helping us? Okay, let's start with Steve. Go with Steve first.
Although I haven't had a military background, I haven't served personally, but I was in the Army Cadets and I've been on planes and stuff like that. But also, I just think it's an important thing because you guys that have served, you've put your lives on the line for every person and women all around the world. And if it's something that we can just give back to help for what Malcolm does for those veterans, I think it's an honourable thing to do, and very much like getting involved.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. Really appreciate that. Malcolm?
Malcolm,
mute. I was muted. Sorry about that. Reason I help veterans is because I think I touched it at the beginning, at the top of the show. When I had my young family, it suddenly dawned on me that the armed forces and the emergency services are there to protect me, and not just me, but my family as well. And my young family are incredibly important to me as well. So I suddenly realized that it's not just a job. You are putting your life on the line. You're putting your limbs and your health, mental health as well, on the line for other people that you don't even know. And I felt that I wanted to give something back. And what better way to give something back than just a little plastic and glue? Because that's all I know, really. You know, that's what I enjoy. That's what I'm good at. So if some people want to come along for the ride, jump on, you know. And it's an expensive hobby, and it can be, and it was good fun and very, very satisfying, giving away some of my own kits at the very start to somebody who gets a lot of enjoyment out of it. And that's why it started up, I guess. And let's carry it on.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Malcolm. James?
For me, it's quite simple. I haven't got a military background. I did do some work with the ambulance service. It wasn't an NHS, it was a private firm. But I met people that work in the NHS, the ambulance service, and other branches of the civilian, if you like, side of stuff, that were ex-military. Had lots of conversations with them and found out things that I wasn't aware of. And I think just generally it's one of those things in which we take for granted as a member of the population of this country and any country, really. We don't really understand quite what it entails. I mean, obviously, we appreciate and we know that people are putting their lives on the line daily, and not necessarily in a war theatre. But they are there. They are providing security for me to live my life how I choose, and everyone else around me. And to be able to provide something back by just basically giving my time is just nothing to ask. It should be everyone's duty to do that. The other side of the coin is that I've suffered from mental health issues for quite a large part of my life. I've hidden away for the majority of the time, dealing with it by myself. Obviously, my close family were aware to a point, maybe not to a great degree, but they were aware. And certainly since 2000, that's come to a forefront, and my family are much more aware now. And if I'm honest, I felt ashamed. I felt ashamed that I couldn't deal with what life threw at me, and that I struggled, and I had to take medication. I had to see doctors and stuff, and I truly felt ashamed. And the fact, for me, what makes me so cross, the fact that we have these people that basically give their life to a service, and the support that they receive, while it is getting better, isn't good enough. And this is a really tiny way to provide some help to those people. And I'm super passionate about my hobby, and I'm so fortunate that I've made friends with Malcolm, and right at the beginning of all of this, and wanted to get involved, and try my best to actively get involved, and even to the point now, certainly before COVID, but more so over COVID, is every time I see someone in my job, which is on the railway, that is obvious they've served, be it through a discount card that veterans can get to get a discount on their travel, or an emblem on their suit, or a cap badge, or whatever. I take my time to speak to them. I take my time to thank them. I mean, I'm the sort of person at Poppy Day, when you see the gentleman sitting on the corner collecting money for the Poppy Appeal, I always make a point of going over and saying, not only putting some money in that pot, but also saying to them, thank you for what you've done. It doesn't matter to me what you've done, whether you've served in a war theatre, or whether you have just served, or whatever. That doesn't actually come into my psyche. The fact that you have taken on that role for however long, I owe you that duty of taking a moment out of my time and saying thank you and having a chat. And like I say, with the feeling of shame from a health matter that shouldn't be something that's hidden, shouldn't be something that we're not scared to talk about in public, it just doesn't really register in my head properly. So I actively go out of my way to talk about how I feel, how it's affected me, and this amazing charity that through some time and experience sharing, enables people that I've seen firsthand have such a dramatic change to them in an incredibly short time, is just dumbfounding. It really is. And I have the pleasure of spending time with ex-servicemen, talking to them about their service, talking to them about their route out of the army, and literally, I mean, this comes from a conversation I had with Luke. I hope he doesn't mind me saying. I won't go too in depth with it, but some of the things in which he told me he experienced when he left the army, I just couldn't understand. The simple facts, like, for example, a bank account, paying bills. They're everyday things. They're things that we take for granted. You know, we just assume that everybody knows. And the community and the way the army wrap themselves around their serving members, and what they provide for them on base, etc., it creates a situation where they become isolated, so that when they do leave the forces, it's baffling for them, and I just can't get my head around that. I just can't. So, like I say, that's why I get involved. That's why I'm so passionate. I'm lucky, if I'm honest. I'm so lucky that I have found a charity that involves my other passion, which is model making. and the two sit together so well, because I have used this hobby myself to ensure that I don't do something silly, that I don't allow myself to be beaten by a medical condition. Yeah, I've got all my limbs. I've not seen horrific scenes, but I've had some trauma in my life that's created that situation. So I can relate to them to a part, not in all, but I can relate to them, especially with that side of things. And like I say, the having the honour to provide my time to somebody that has done what they've done, it's just it's nothing. It's really nothing, but it means so much.
Brilliant. Well, thank you, James. It's what it is. It's called institutionalization. You hear it a lot with prisoners, repeat offenders. You don't hear about it much with the forces, but you're basically mothered by the military.
Yeah.
Everything is done for you. You don't. All you need to do is think about fighting. That's what they do, and they take you from a very, very impressionable age, and they manipulate you into being what they want you to be. They say forge or turn you into. No, they are mentally manipulating you into being a fighting machine. That is what they do, and then at the end of your time, it's there you go, bye, and you're left like that. You're left as a fighting machine, and you come into City Street and it's like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Why won't they talk to me like I talk to everybody else in the army or the Navy or the Air Force? Why are they looking at me like that? Why haven't they got a sense of humor? Why do I keep getting sacked for talking this way? What's going on in my life? What? And there's all these questions running around inside your head. And it took me 15, 20 years to work out that I have to behave like a civilian. I am entering their world. They are not coming into my world.
Yeah.
And I have to say to Malcolm, James, Carl, Steve, all the rest of the volunteers, thank you so much for what you do for us. It's outstanding that somebody has actually gone, well, we need something here. They don't have help. They need help. What can we do? You shouldn't be doing it. It should be the bloody government. And it doesn't matter which government it is. It's the government of the day that should be helping its armed forces when they come out. They say, oh, we give you resettlement. We do this, we do that.
Mhm.
Yeah. But you've screwed your brain up.
I think Simon hit the nail on the head in that last video message where he said he left the Air Force with a backpack and a bad head. That's such a familiar story.
Yeah.
Such a familiar story.
I've heard that as well.
Yeah.
On a lighter note, I'm only here because James made me come.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked the question, Steph, because one of the things that stands out to me is work community within that video. And like I said, the conversation I have had with Luke privately, well, it was in a hangout, so it's not that privately, but yeah, and the stories that he's relayed to me about his exit from the forces, that is really what it's a lot more about in many ways, is trying to replicate a community that is familiar by using this hobby. And it is, like I said, it's a privilege for me, and I speak for all the volunteers. I know they feel the same. Some of them have served, some of them haven't, but like I say, to give a little bit of time to basically share your hobby and know that you're doing some good is priceless. There is no money I could put on it. For me personally, there's nothing.
And I mean, obviously the veteran side of the charity, for people that know about the charity, that's fairly well known now. But what the charity also does is the emergency services.
Yeah.
Now, I'm a veteran. I'm now a member of the emergency services. I've done 2 of the 3. I've been a police officer in Civic Street, and I'm now a paramedic. And I can hand on heart say that exposure to trauma has been greater for me in the emergency services than it ever was in the military.
Yeah.
Because in the military, and I've touched on this a few times in the past in Hangouts and that sort of stuff. So, for example, when I was in Afghanistan, as horrendous as that was, it's 3,000 miles away.
Yeah.
There's an end to it. There's an end date. You go on your tour for 4, 6, 7, 8 months. There's an end in sight. It's horrendous, but then you come home.
Yeah.
Now, what I do now, there isn't a street in Birmingham that I cannot drive down on my day off. And it will hold some sort of memory that probably isn't very nice.
Yeah.
Because as Carl will understand, Carl's been on the end of the phone and these people are calling. And Carl touched on it last night and said, you know, if it's a genuine situation, these people, for them, it's the worst day of their life that they're having to make that phone call, whether it's for themselves or a family member or a friend or whatever. Well, for the emergency services, that is 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Yeah.
Yep. You imagine a call handler sitting there and taking 6, 7, 8 calls.
Yeah.
Every 40 minutes.
Yeah. And I mean, it's
not nice.
It's well known now. And in my station, we have a big notice board as you walk in. So the entrance to the station. And on that notice board, in big, bold letters, it says, what we do is not normal. Do not normalize it.
Yeah.
And that's the first thing we see when we go to work, because what we do isn't normal. You know, an ambulance crew, whether that be a paramedic or a technician or an ECA or whatever, a police officer, a firefighter, whatever it is, we are exposed to more trauma in a set of shifts than most people are exposed to in their entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's week upon week, month upon month, year upon year.
Yeah.
So the fact that the charity has recognized that and gone, you know what, we can help these people.
Yeah.
If these people are struggling, we can use this hobby of ours and this fantastic therapy, because it is a therapy.
Yeah.
To help these guys and girls that may be struggling. And it's just fantastic that that's been recognized and it's branched out, not just from the military and the veterans and everything else, but for these people that every single day, like James said, you know, they are putting their lives on the line. All right, we're not in a war zone, but it has its moments, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's fine. Steph, do you want to just go through the comments, because there's some great comments in the chat as well?
I shall do that. I should do that.
Are you going to do that, Luke?
Yeah, I'm on it, mate. I'm on it.
Okay. Oh, you're on it like a VW bonnet.
Yeah, something like that.
Like a chip, like tramp on chips.
So Crazy Loca is saying, speaking of the auction, will that be only through Facebook page or alternative ways, direct donations, etc.? So you can do direct donations on the Just Giving page. If you want to donate via the auction, you want to bid on the auction, as long as you're in the time zone that auction is running, then there's a PayPal address that you send your payment to for the auction, and that will be added to the total at the end of the weekend. The auction will run on here. It will run on the Model Officers Mess YouTube channel. It will be a live auction. I think the next one is at 1 a.m. UK time, and that's for the guys in the US. So it will be live on YouTube. So you can watch and you can bid and spend lots of money.
Yep.
Edward Millership saying paint booth is off now so he can hear us. Ian is saying everyone back at the bench after a break for food and rest. Seems to be a couple of hours ahead of schedule. Good stuff. So he's looking good for a finish. Excellent stuff, Ian.
Great.
Scott's saying, wow, what an epiphany this conversation is. You guys' brutal honesty and sincere responses to Seth's questions has touched me deeply. Well, that's what it's all about. And like James was saying, there doesn't need to be a stigma. There doesn't, having a conversation, whether that be through this medium or face to face or whatever, that's how it gets better. But it's such a difficult thing to do sometimes.
My local crew have just gone past.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Scott said Steph's right on target on this subject. Absolutely. Edward is saying, before I completed my terminal leave, I'd been arrested, charged, and done in court, doing what would have been considered normal in the army. Absolutely.
Oh, God, yes.
I mean, I know for a fact that in the army, in the British Army, if you're caught fighting downtown, yes, you will be punished under military discipline. However, I know so many people that the following month have been promoted.
You win?
Because you're doing exactly
what
the army want you to do. Like Steph said, they want you to be a fighting man. And if you're a fighting man, you'll do well. Scott is saying, as former fire captain and 911 dispatcher, you are also on target. Well spoken. Absolutely.
Well, you know the situation as well then, Scotty, with being a dispatcher. You get to hear and hear what's going on and get to see the final result, which is a lot of time not very nice.
Yeah. Lisa's saying, don't forget to give a thumbs up. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And we are there.
So before we go forward, we do have another person that's joined us. It's Whitey. How you doing, Whitey?
Hey, good. Great company you guys are having there for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to get you in, but I didn't want to disturb the flow, unfortunately. So
not a problem, not at all. Yeah, I mean, I'll echo what those guys said about your first responder folks out there, because I got plenty of friends that are cops and firefighters, and absolutely, they've seen far worse than I ever had in 20 years in the service. So,
oh yeah, they do, and people don't realize how much crap and shit they have to deal with. I can't get my head around Luke. He's gone from being
not many people can, Steph. Not many people.
You've gone from being a pongo to a copper to a paramedic.
Yeah.
You a sucker for punishment.
No, I have a uniform fetish, so I'm trying.
Yeah, don't
stuff this Carswell.
Yeah, don't mention the other ones you keep in that special wardrobe, Luke. We'll keep those to yourself. Something I want to do is I'm going to share a video right now. While we're on the subject, I think it's important that we play this particular video. If you haven't been touched by any of the things that have been said, I guarantee you will be by this.
When they pulled me out of the wreckage, I was laying there. It felt like I felt alone, and that's what I felt like. I felt alone that night. You know, the night before my discharge, I was like, I'm a soldier. I'm that tanky. Yeah, that's my job. And when I woke up, I wasn't. Yeah, it felt like I felt lonely, and I felt, yeah, that's it. What do I do now? I felt lost.
it only just me that can't see it or hear it?
Yeah, I just noticed that something was going wrong. So bear with me a second.
That's a compression. I think.
Do you
want me to put the link up for that so people can watch it if they wish on YouTube?
Yeah, can do. Let me bring that out a second. Oh, it's a real shame. I really wanted to share that with you. But what we'll do, I hope, I'm going to try one more time to play it.
When they pulled me out of the wreckage, I was laying there. It felt like I felt alone, and that's what I felt like. I felt alone that night. You know, the night before I had my discharge, I was like, I'm a soldier. I'm that tanky. Yeah, that's my job. And when I woke up, I wasn't. Yeah, it felt like I felt lonely, and I felt, yeah, that's it. What do I do now? I felt lost.
I was getting to that point, mate, and then it's dying. Very strange. James, where have you gone? Tell you what, I shall try from my end to play that and see if that works any better. But I think they'll have to give it up as a bad job.
Yeah, sorry about that. I dropped out there. Can't know what's going on.
I think it might be your connection, James.
Yeah.
It's not. It's StreamYard, mate. StreamYard chews up your processing power and all sorts. Especially when you've got 8 of us. So yeah, it is a bit of a nightmare playing things like that.
Yeah, we've lost Dad as well.
Yeah. I'll put the link in private chat, dude, so you can pop that up and everyone can watch it at their leisure.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't see what Whitey's working on.
Oh,
Ah!
I'm working on a 48 scale, of course.
Could it be a Blue Angel by any chance?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a Blue Angel Bearcat. Okay, yeah.
Nice.
And I'm stroking along on it here.
That's
Nice.
quite a funky model, isn't it?
I think I could be on track to get it done. We'll see. I was gonna say to James, I popped on early because I'm gonna get with Scott and let him know, Scott from the Triple P. I have a function tonight that I need to be at, so I'm gonna miss my slot at 1900.
Okay.
Yeah. But Frildo should be. He says he's available, so he'll be popping in as well. But Scott and those fellows from the Triple P, they're pretty adept at handling the flow as well. So.
So we're just something I didn't ask you last night. Actually, are you going to do this? Was the plan to do what you did last night, where you just muddled together?
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Well, I'll drop in with you them nearer the time.
Okay.
Because I'll need to manipulate the schedule a little bit, like I did yesterday. So that's not a problem. But thank you for letting me know.
Yeah. All right.
Do you want Luke and I to jump in later rather than being in from the start, the auction?
Up to you.
Because
Totally up to you.
We'd be taking up slots for other people. That's what I'm thinking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes. They were quite. You were busy last night. There was a lot of people in your section.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I saw how busy they were.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's play that by ear. So, Whitey, while you're there, your section last night. How did it go? Any feedback?
Yeah, it went well. We had quite a bit of comments coming in. As far as now, will you see in the donations during the time? Like, was that something we would see in the stream? Like when people do make a donation?
No, it's not set up so that when someone makes a donation, we can highlight it as such. There is the Just Giving page. You can go on and double check what's going on. But yeah, there's not. It's not like the comments. Unfortunately, it's not set up that way.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, that whole session was great, man. We were on for a good, or at least myself. I was on till about 1 a.m. my time. From what 8:30, I believe we started.
Yep.
And great flow, and we had a few other folks out there, so a couple of us were rotating out of the room in order to give other people a shot to come on in.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. We had a couple of folks from up in Canada drop in, and yeah, real good.
Excellent. Well, I've been speaking to Darren today.
Oh, yeah.
Darren's dropped an extra kit into the USA auction, so that's really kind of him. Yeah, I mean, from what I saw, you guys all seem to, as expected, gel, and everything flowed really, really well. It's so much so, I think, to be honest, you guys could have carried on for another 4 hours easy by the end of that stream.
Yeah. Ivan from over there in the UK, he was on till, God, it must have been 4 a.m. his time.
Yeah.
He finished up he's in work on a T-34, Tamiya T-34 TAC 85, and he completed the assembly on that and then rolled right into making a base for it as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's been in this afternoon or today. I would imagine he's catching up on his sleep at this point.
I would think so. I would hope so as well, if I'm honest. But yeah, I did feel a bit bad when I left you because I did raise my expectations towards Ivan and his build a little bit, and maybe that was a little unfair to unload that on him, but I know he can do it. He's a great modeler.
He's a good lad.
He's a really great modeler, and far beyond his own confidence is how I would explain Ivan. His abilities are very good, very, very good. Yeah, to think. I think one of the last times I saw him and won with him, he was his first competition build, and to see where he is now and what he's doing with his hobby, with the magazine articles and podcast and everything else, it's really great to see. It's really great. He deserves to have that progression. And I just hope that he recognises just how far he has become in the last few years. So, yeah. So of course, the USA side of stuff, which will be streaming after us, we got the podcast from the Model Geeks, which White is a part of, and then we got the Triple P. The gang's all there really. And then we, as Whitey suggested, we've got a couple of guys from Canada that have joined in. Canadian one. And yeah, they One of them I knew about, but the others I didn't. So it was really cool to see actually that the word had got out and people were getting involved. So that's cracking. I do see someone else that's just popped in as well. Good evening, Lisa. How are you?
Good evening, gents. I'm very well. How are you?
Evening, Lisa.
Evening.
Oh, Gaffer's here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, stand by your beds.
Up, Swimbo.
Okay, so it's lovely you joined us, but is there a reason?
There absolutely is. It's time for the what are you calling it? Wheel of exclusivity.
Absolutely.
So
I'm gonna hand over to Lisa. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I checked what I actually, for very, very rarely for me, I filtered what was in my head before it came out, and I stopped. So
that's very unusual for you, James.
I know.
Are you feeling okay? Have you had enough sleep?
I don't know. I'm just gonna pop out a second and check myself.
Well, before I spin the wheel, I'll just give you a little update. We're currently at 82%, which is a total of £1,243 in donation.
Wow.
That's
Well
a
done.
fantastic figure. And we're only just over the 24-hour mark, I do believe.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. So yesterday, those who joined us yesterday evening will know what's going on. Anybody that donated from 5 o'clock yesterday to 5 o'clock today is on the wheel. I'm going to be spinning it 3 times. And basically, those 3 people will receive a little envelope of goodies from James.
Yep.
So I shall spin the wheel and then see who the lucky people are.
Good luck, y'all.
Good luck, guys.
Roll number 1.
Yay!
Yay, our first winner is Carl. Congratulations. Make a note of-
He's a beneficiary for Models for Heroes.
Excellent.
Fantastic. Roll number 2. Is Paul Redfern. Congratulations.
That was a Paul.
Well done, Paul.
And last but not least,
Lisa Smith.
is Richard Thomas.
Well done, Richard.
Well done. I do believe he's possibly still in the chat.
Yeah, I think he is.
Nice one.
Lovely.
So what I'll do again is head on over to the Facebook group and pop a post up with everybody's names. So yes, once you see that post, pop James a quick messenger message with your address and he'll organise an envelope for you.
Yeah, the envelope of exclusivity will be winging its way to you very soon. Congratulations, firstly, for donating, and congratulations for winning in the Wheel of Exclusivity. It's just a little thing. It really is just a little thing from us to say thank you. But if you want your chance to have a bit of exclusivity, we can arrange that. All you have to do is go over to the Just Giving page and make a donation. If you're not sure how to do that, then let me find a way to tell you exactly how to do it. Your chance
listening to
that. Some exclusivity from us, from the gang, then you know what to do. Make your donations. Every penny counts. Dig deep, because have you heard already? It makes a massive difference to the people involved. It's a little late, but I will do this.
Only 24 hours to go.
Thanks, Dale.
You go, those of you in the UK, you've got 23 hours and 45 minutes or thereabouts to complete your builds. But like I say, you don't have to, but you've got that much longer to play with your plastic. Obviously, those in Australia have got less time, as well as those in Europe. I'm not doing the maths, sorry. I know you can work it out. So everybody's builds will be finished at 8 o'clock their time. Weiss is very fortunate in the fact that although he's going out, which sort of hinders him a little bit, he's got a little bit more than 24 hours to go. So yeah, keep modeling, keep going, keep the comments coming in, and we can interact with you. Obviously you can interact with each other as well if you've got questions of the people in the chat. There's 36 of you. Yeah, post some questions, why not? What's coming up is we've got Guess the Thing, and we will no doubt talk about the auction at some point, about what we've got coming up tomorrow night for the UK and Europe. Some amazing, and I can't understate it enough, amazing donations from sponsors who have been more than willing to go that extra mile to support Models for Heroes. So any of the bids that you win, obviously there is postage involved. That postage amount is on the slide when the guys go through it. You'll be able to see it. I do want to warn you and make you aware of the fact that some of our sponsors have said they don't want any money for the postage. They will cover it themselves. But what I've done is done it this way. So the postage will be gathered. It will be sent to our sponsors, and the sponsors will then choose to do with it as they please. Now, if they want to make a donation to the cause, they're more than welcome. If they don't wish to, there's no shame in that at all, and there is no way in the world in which I would tell them they have to. but they have the option. They are fully in control of that. And like I say, some have already told me that they will, but some we haven't had that conversation, and there's no pressure on anybody at all for that. So yeah, it's going really well. This is the 7th stream of 13, so we are officially in the halfway mark in the streams as well. And loads more to come up.
Okay. Before
Thanks,
James
Lisa.
Starts chopsing again. Good luck in the next 24 hours, guys, and I'll see you at the same time tomorrow.
Wonderful.
Okay. Night.
Night. Big thank you to Lisa there for very much at the last minute deciding that the wheel of exclusivity was something in which we could put together. In fact, I say we, it was her. She did all the work and is doing all the work. So big pat on the back to her. Thank you for supporting Carl and allowing him to be at the bench for all this time. I promise not to steal him too often, but once a year is, it's a great thing. It's a date that Carl looks forward to, I know. Met with silence.
What he told you?
Yeah. Well, I think that's what I put in the email. I can't remember.
Quick test fit.
Oh, hang on.
Nice.
Let me make you large for a second.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
I'll tell you what, once you start getting the paint on there, it's going to look amazing.
Yeah. It's going to look sweet.
See that?
Yeah, I love that. That's a cracking idea. Damn. Steph is not the only one that's jealous that he's doing that kit. I did make a comment and say that I wish I'd built the one that was in my stash that I haven't pulled out of the stash and put under you to tease you.
That's all right. Nothing new. You get used to it knocking around with you a lot.
Hey, I tell you what, talking of Star Trek, the guys over in the American stream, I don't know how many of you managed to catch any of that, but oh my God, it is heavy on the Star Wars theme.
Yeah.
Some amazing kits they're building. Some really, really clever ideas. A little bit about the box in the way they thought about their kit choice, but that's within the rules. It's phenomenal. And to be honest, unfortunately, I hope the wife isn't watching at the moment. She may well be, but unfortunately, there are a few things in a basket somewhere. I may accidentally hit that buy button. Yeah.
See, I can't say nothing because Lisa's sitting behind me.
No, I know she's watching, so I'm waiting for that inbound text right now. It'll be here, don't you worry. Reminding me of what I shouldn't be doing. But some really good kits actually, and things I have not seen personally. Being a non-sci-fi buff that I am.
Bullshit.
Yeah. I've been I can't help it. I'll cheer you up, Luke. Do you know the Musaru build that I've just done?
Yeah.
I may have acquired a couple of other ones.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I really, really thoroughly enjoyed building that. And I found a site. It's a UK company called the Traveling Man.
I know them.
Yeah, they've got some really awesome stuff. On their website and in their shop. There is one particular kit in which I was trying to get hold of, and it wasn't done available on the website. But the gentleman did kind enough to reply to my request if they had any. That one of the shops did have several. So that's something I'm going to sort out after the weekend. But more to
James.
come. Yes.
I've decided on my build for next year.
Oh, have you?
Yep.
Do I have to put the camera on you?
Yeah, I'm not building an aeroplane again.
Okay.
Why not?
Because my last two have gone tits up. So I haven't got it. I've got to buy it and.
Okay. Okay. But just to clarify, this one is not going tits up. This one's going well.
Oh, this one's going fine. Yeah, not a problem.
There we go.
Wait, it's an Airfix kit, so he's going to be all right.
Yeah.
And it's one of the new molds, so yeah, quite happy with how it's going so far. Lots of little add-on bits that I've done. So all the eyelets for the rigging are done. I've just, the tail with a huge gaping hole in the back that you can just see through there.
Mm-hmm.
Just underneath there. It says, file this to this level. So I did.
Mm-hmm.
And it's left with a stupidly large hole. So that's clamped up. I'm leaving that. While that's doing, I am going to get some brass tubing for the connectors on here. So it will go through the loop, through the brass rod, through the loop, back through the brass rod, and then you pull that tight, glue it, and then it allows you to do the rest of them. But you can tighten them all up before you glue them.
You could put your lightning through that as well. Your lighting through that as well.
Yes, I could, couldn't I? If it had lights. I
Do it as a what
could.
if.
Yeah. Yeah, what if Carl shut the up?
Oh dear.
I'm going to send you an ATST.
You want?
I am.
Oh, cool. Thank you very much.
The box will be empty.
That's fine.
This one here.
You can get two if you want, Steph.
Oh dear. So just in the chat there, Richard's saying yes, he is here. And thank you very much indeed. Yeah, just wait for that post to go up and send me a PM, and we'll get that exclusivity into the post for you. Scotty's saying, great stream, fellas, helping me not to focus on the bench accident, but it improves my workshop. Yeah, well, that's possibly a good thing, right? Don't overthink it though when you're thinking about improvements to your workspace, because it can snowball real quick. Richard Lamb is there saying good evening, guys.
Evening, Richard.
Hello.
Scotty's just saying Stook. Who the hell is Stook? Oh my god.
I'll go with that. I'm happy with that.
Stefan Luke, known as Stook. You guys.
Oh no.
Oh, that's gonna stick. You guys are still going to milk those triple P guys for every cent during the US auction. Hope to be back from dinner soon. Okay, well, you have a good dinner. It's a good segue. We will do that in a minute and remind you to take your breaks. But I'm just going to catch up very quickly with the chat. Lots of people saying hello, etc., etc. Apparently, behave from Lisa. So I don't know if that may be aimed at you, Carl.
Possibly.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not responsible for anything she may have heard or any rumors she may have gathered from that. Scotty says, James, the Triple P Can did a great job on their stream last night. Active chat, interesting topics and subjects, a really great stream. They even opened their own pressed after. They even pressed on after their time slot. Yeah, they did. I was quite surprised actually. I did go off and have a little bit of sleep, and when I came down, they were still thundering on. If I hadn't have jumped in there, I think they would have gone on all night, without doubt. So yeah, cracking job everybody that was in the US stream. Crazy Loca says to Craft Station, bump the contribute. Yeah.
Easy for you to say, James.
Allegedly.
Don't worry, James. We can edit that out.
Oh, okay. Oh, hang on. Do you know what? That wasn't actually Malcolm saying that. He's got a button next to him that says that.
It's easier.
Yeah, does it all the time. Yeah, bump the contributions up. Sorry for being slacking. That's cool. No worries. Crazy Locust also saying, time to head off to work so I can afford something for the US auction tonight. Keep up the great work. Indeed. Well, you have a good and safe time at work, and we'll see you soon. Lisa's put a message in there saying congratulations to tonight's winners. I put the post up. There you go, in the Model Officers Mess Facebook group. So please head over and send your PM to me, to James Skiffins, and we can get your exclusivity on its way to you. Richard saying 63. There is no 36 watching and 25 thumbs up. Yeah, keep those thumbs up going. It helps the analytics and helps us bump us up in the YouTube world, and gets that message out for Models for Heroes just that little bit more. And lastly, in the chat for now, Ed was saying, "I'm going to take a break from the bench for a bit. I'll be back later." And that, Edward, is an amazing segue to this. So there you go. Yeah, just please make sure while you're building along, and even watching, let's be honest, get up, make yourself a cup of coffee, stretch those legs, get the blood flowing, and look after yourself throughout the 48 hours. Really important you do that. I don't want to hear of anyone being taken ill because they've been so kind to give their time to charity. And Edward's just saying, thought it might. Yeah, it was a great segue. Thank you very much. So the stream's been going for almost 2 hours now. 2 more hours from us. So we're about halfway through our stream, our segment. Going to put a post up. I don't know if Cole's done this, but if he hasn't, I will. It's not a problem. I'm going to put a post up in the Facebook group for you to give us an update of your work. So look out for that post. The idea being is just pop a comment and a little picture in there and show us where you are on your build journey right now.
I've not posted another one up, but people still can use the old one and put their stuff into there. If you just search my name, and you should find one that says Euro UK or UK Euro. Just share your pictures in that one.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because we can then go through everything that's there as well.
Yeah.
What I'll try and do is I'll head over to the Facebook page and try and pin that post for you. Make it a little easier. Thank you, Richard, for sending me that PM. I can get your exclusivity straight. It's walking out the door as we talk, literally. And look at that. Your post was 22 hours ago. It's the first post that comes up. And I'm going to pin that post if I can. Let's
double check to make sure it is UK Euro, because there's one for the USA as well.
Yep.
And one for Oz.
It won't let me pin it. That might be because it's you posted it, Carl. Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
Just bear with me.
But like I say, at the moment, if you just type in Cole Smith in the little search icon on the page, it is the first post that comes up. So,
there you go. It is now pinned into the featured section.
Oh, there we go.
At the top of the page.
So I Googled Carl Smith. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Oh god.
Yeah. Be prepared.
Oh, it's fine. No, nothing came up. I've got safe search on. Right, chaps, I'm going to have to take a break.
Yep.
No worries,
suggest
Malcolm.
you two as well, James.
Yeah, I've literally put the kettle on while we were doing that video, and that was going to be exactly what I was going to say next. So,
the kettle.
Yeah, ahead of you.
Yeah. All right, see you in a bit.
I'm going to step out also for another break. The guys will go through it as they can and when they can. So just bear with us and keep those comments coming in. We're all up to date so far on there. Just one, I'll do that one there. Ride with the Wind has just made a comment to say well organised chaps and well thought out. Great format. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary.
Yeah, it's this year has been a quite a big team effort. There's been lots of different people doing lots of different things behind the scenes. Yeah, everybody has been 100% willing. In fact, more than 100%, because I've actually had people moaning at me that I'm not giving them something to do. So everybody's stepped up to the plate this year in a massive way. So thank you to everybody that did that. I really couldn't have done it all without your help. I could have, but I would have had to start last year sometime. But yeah, it's been an awful lot of effort from everybody, from roaming volunteers. I won't say any more than that. To people overseeing my spelling, because I'm dyslexic and my spelling is atrocious. So, you know, from simple things like that to even somebody, while I've been loading stuff up into StreamYard, changing the label. I mean, it's been that much of a team effort. It's been phenomenal. So thank you. Anyway, I'm going to step out for 5 minutes, kind of a cup of coffee and a hot cross bun. But I won't put any bacon in this one.
I was going to say, is there going to be bacon in it?
Well, funny enough, Steph, actually, I've got a bit of a dilemma for tomorrow. Because I have got the fried breakfast is one option of choice. And then the second option of choice is a rhubarb and custard hot cross bun.
Go away. Go for it.
I'm disappointed, James. Where's the bacon?
Heathen.
That bacon inside the hot cross bun?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Good.
Yeah.
Either that, or I suppose what I could do is do the fried breakfast and fry the hot cross bun, cut it up into half, and then fry it with a bit of beef fat or something, you know, to make it really healthy.
Oh, definitely. That's a cracking idea.
Yeah.
Beef and dripping.
Fried hot cross bun.
Hot cross bun with dipping in dripping. Wow. On that thought, I'm going to go and have a break.
Breakfast of champions.
Didn't even give him a chance to say goodbye there. He was gone.
Yeah. Carl, can you see the steam coming from Steve's desk?
Yes.
Why do you think I just removed him before he got a chance to?
And there he was.
Yeah.
Gone. It's marvellous, isn't it?
What you doing? So, Whitey, what did you do in the Navy?
I was a mechanic primarily, but then I was the way they do things in the U.S. Navy. In a way, they draw their aircrew folks from the maintenance ranks. So I flew as a crewman as well. I was a flight engineer on P3 Orion aircraft.
So, what did you start off as a mech as?
I was a E2 Hawkeye mechanic, and
doing what, rigger? So engines,
structures and hydraulics mechanic.
You're a rigger. What we'd call in a heavy trade a rigger.
Yeah. Because rigging up the flight controls is definitely part of it. I have an airline A&P license as well. I worked for FedEx for a while. And,
nice.
I kind of had a break in service. I was out for a few years, worked as a airline mechanic, and then came back into the Navy after 9/11. I got recalled. I was part of the reserve force, and they recalled me for active duty. And I after that I just stuck around and finished out the 20 and retired doing that. So
cool, nice job.
Yeah, I had again, like, you know, when you talk about PTSD and things like that, I mean, I can't even you know, I had fun doing the job I did. I mean, I was in and out of Iraq a bunch, but I wasn't running around kicking indoors. I mean, I'm up there 30,000 feet, you know, doing our thing. You know, like, you know, we weren't, you know, so I can't, but as I said, guys I know who were first responders were in far worse, have seen far worse than I ever had, you know.
Yeah, it's scary, but I was like you. I was an armorer. I used to work on weapon systems.
Okay. Yeah.
But whereas you, the Navy and the US Air Force, they have a particular person for a particular part of the aircraft. We were cross-trained, so I did line work.
Yeah.
So C-off, C-ins, turnarounds, AFs, BFs, all that lot, as well as my armament work. So I worked on the seats, I worked on the guns, I worked on the pylons,
right,
1,000-pounders, JP233, all that sort of stuff. It buckets of instant sunshine. Whereas I know your guys, you have one set of guys for each different section, don't you?
Yeah, primarily, yeah. You broken down into rates. Now, as a flight engineer with the P3, you're expected to know everything. You know, so that's, the only thing we didn't mess with is the ordy stuff. You know, you have your ordies that take care of that. Otherwise, I spent actually, you know, I was a structures and hydraulic mechanic by my rate, but I would say that I did more engine maintenance and, you know, engine and props.
Right.
Because that's the meat of your job as a flight engineer, you know, because that's what's going to break.
So you became a grow bag.
What's that?
You became a grow bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we call pilots and air engineers and stuff like that, because they wear the green suits.
Yeah.
They've got the nickname of grow bags.
I'd just like to say, cheers, gentlemen.
Oh, cheers, young man. What you got?
Oh, nice. What are you drinking, mate?
That'll be just a small touch of Glenfiddich 15. So.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Oh, I'm so tempted to go and get a glass of bourbon. Mom.
I am saving myself until tomorrow after the auction.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Because I know what I'm like.
Once you pop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the auction won't happen. We just give stuff away.
Yeah. And Luke's won everything.
Yeah. The auction probably wouldn't start. Luke could just took his money and say, take it, I've got it all. back in a moment, the dog is whining at me. Something rotten.
Want something from you?
No, every time I go out to her, she runs off.
He wants to play.
Yeah.
Really?
So a couple of comments have just come in. So we've got Ride the Wind saying, well organised chaps and well thought out. A very good format. Thank you very much. That's all down to Mr. Skiffins.
Yep.
And White Glove Models are saying 84%. Thank you everyone for your continued support. Yes, indeed.
Absolutely.
Yes, indeed. 84% already. That's amazing.
I'm back.
And Eric's back as well, saying evening all. Welcome back, Mal.
Oh, that was a very quick break, Malcolm.
Hmm?
That was a very quick break.
Oh, it's got just a few stretches, a twist and a bend, a lunge or two.
Was that into the fridge?
Yeah.
How rude.
Well, it was, yeah. And yeah, it's all better for sitting down for too long, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not good for you.
Well, I worked out what the dog wanted.
Food.
Nope. Lisa let her out to go to the toilet. So she comes out, goes to the toilet, then she came and whined at me. Now, what Lisa does is she pushes the door to, and the dog will scrape at the door and open the door. And every time I went out, she ran off. So I followed her, and she stood at the door. She looks at the door, looks at me, whines, looks at the door, looks at me, whines. I said, "Do you want me to open the door?" And she went, "Well." I said, "You lazy cow." And I pushed the door a bit, and she pushed her nose into it, then looked at me as if to say, "Well, finish opening it for me."
Open it properly then, yeah.
Yeah, she's in there. I'm busy.
Oh, dear.
I must say, Steph, that's a mighty chopper.
Thank you. And I must say thank you to M4H for it. It is getting lots and lots of use.
Wow, that is impressive.
Yeah, those things are nice. I like the one James has got. You can't get them anymore, I don't think.
What, these?
No, the one James has got.
Oh, which ones? What's James got?
Oh, I can't remember what it's called.
It's called the chopper, isn't it?
It's a fine chopper.
Yeah, so James has a mighty fine chopper, does he?
Yes, it's a chopper to be jealous of.
Yeah. I don't get much use out of mine, to be fair.
I'd speak to Caroline then.
It's an age-old thing, I think. Useful tool to have.
Oh, yeah.
So it's called the chopper.
There we go.
NWSL.
Oh, you got it out on screen for us. Thank you.
I have, yeah. Northwest Short Line is the company that makes it. It is the chopper of goodness.
It's a mighty fine chopper. Oh, there's an app for that.
There is.
Very cool.
Ooh.
You don't know you don't realise you need one until you've got it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like most good tools. Anyway, I've got to go back on my meal break.
45 minutes unpaid.
One of the things that Luke touched on earlier on was I'd like to talk about was the growing relaxed way that people are able to talk about their own mental health, which I've certainly noticed. Well, that's probably doing what we do, but I've certainly noticed a lot more people able to verbalize how they're feeling and realizing that this is something they can do about it, and they don't have to live the way they feel or exist in the way that they feel. I don't know if anyone's heard of the campaign for not living miserably.
Yes, yeah.
It's quite a revelation for some people to realize, actually, I don't have to have this anxiety all the time. I didn't realize that was what I had was called anxiety. I didn't realize that what I had was called depression. I didn't realize that there's things that I can do to make it better.
Absolutely.
Also, I really like the way that the culture is changing in terms of the man-up culture. You know, trying to one-up each other, that kind of thing. It's certainly not been prevalent here. You know, nobody's kind of trying to get each other to stay up later or, you know, be the better guy, be the better man, which is a culture that kills people.
Absolutely, it does.
Yeah, let's be honest.
That culture is still reasonably prevalent in the offshore industry, but it is changing.
It's very relevant in military groups. They are terrible for it.
Mm-hmm. And the only way you're going to tackle it is by calling it out and not accepting it.
Yeah.
The only way you're going to change the culture is by changing the culture. Doesn't make sense, does it?
It does make sense, to be fair.
Yeah.
It does make sense. But I think, from my experience, I mean, to be fair, I've been out of the military for, 13 years this year.
Oh.
And I understand a lot of the friends I had in the military are now out. They've done their time and everything else. But the couple that are left, there is a change. Absolutely. Change is coming. But with like anything in the military, that change is very slow in comparison to civilian life. It takes a long time for it to filter through. With this kind of, stiff upper lip, man up kind of culture. And I certainly know when I was in, if I'd have approached my chain of command with any sort of issues, mental health type issues, that would have ended my career without a shadow of a doubt.
Yes.
Now it's not like that. I'm led to believe from people I know, that change has been a positive one. It's not the career-ending thing that it once was, but certainly, they've got a lot of work to do. As have the emergency services. Not that different. The emergency services again are playing catch up with this, bravado culture and all that sort of stuff. It's getting better, but there's still a long way to go. You're absolutely right, Malcolm. The only way to create that change is by being open and talking about it.
Yep, absolutely.
What I've seen in emergency services regarding that and the mental health thing is a lot of it stems from upper management.
Yep.
The guys on the ground are actually trying to talk about it, but when they do, it's
stamp time.
Sure.
Yeah. We don't have a problem with it. Oh, but we do.
Well, one of the things I learned very, very early on is that culture comes from the very top.
Yep.
And if you act the way that you should be acting, it will filter down through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the problem is with any big organisation, not just the services or the emergency services, as a rule, you will find that people at the top are the people that have been in that organisation for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
And so the culture that they grew up in, for want of a better word, within that organisation was probably very different.
Yeah.
So there's firstly a lack of understanding, but I think more importantly, there's a lack of acceptance that this is an issue. I mean, I certainly know from many, many studies that have been done, the leading cause of death for serving paramedics is suicide.
Yep.
Now, there's been all sorts of studies done by independent organisations. The College of Paramedics has been very vocal on the issue. But there is still a culture from the powers that be within the ambulance service that this isn't a problem. But it is a problem. You know?
Yeah, the change is coming because, like, I have to, after any particularly difficult job, I have to welfare check my crews.
Yeah, see, that's very good. See, Westminster don't have that.
Really?
No.
Any Cat 1, Cat 2 job, we have to welfare check the crew, make sure they're all right.
No. But I think maybe, and I'm not criticising Westminster if my boss is watching, but maybe, I say Westminster don't have that. At the smaller stations, they do.
Yeah.
But certainly where I work, it doesn't exist because as you're clearing one Cat 1 call, there's another 6 outstanding with no ambulance.
Yeah, there are with us as well, but you
don't get that. It's not in policy.
Wow, ours is policy. If I don't do it, I get in trouble.
It's not policy. Yeah.
Okay, Carl, who do you talk to?
Who do I talk to? My line manager.
Who welfare checks you?
My supervisor.
Right.
And I've had my supervisor take me off the line quite a few times.
Cool.
So yeah, the support is there, but anything that gathers any foothold or any like media coverage or anything like that, it's very much hush hush. We don't talk about things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly I welfare check my crews, and I am welfare checked by my supervisor as well. So. And if a crew does state, we need 20 minutes, half an hour, they are taken straight off active duty.
Wow.
No matter how big the stack is.
Wow, okay.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, that's exactly how it should be.
Now, if they turn around and say, no, we're fine, they're straight on that next job. Mm-hmm. There's no, are you sure you're fine?
Yeah.
It's asked, and if no, we're fine, we're all good, they're straight out.
I mean, for us, it's down to the crew to contact control and say, we need whatever it is, but the policy doesn't exist where they would be taken off the run, and the only way you can do that as a crew is to go sick.
Go fatigued, unavailable.
No, they'll book you off sick with stress.
Oh, right, because our crews now...
And then when you come back to work, you have to do a return to work because you've been off sick.
Yeah.
It affects your sickness record, and they will ban you from overtime for 28 days.
Yeah.
So people don't do it.
Yeah. It's like if I'm running crews, like we're busy when I'm running crews for like 9-10 hours without a break, the crews will just radio me saying that's us, we're fatigued.
Yeah, we don't have that either. Interesting how different services.
Yeah. You thought it'd be standard, wouldn't you? Seeing it's all NHS umbrella.
You would think.
Yeah. I was tempted to ask my bosses, like, any chance of going down into England and like spending a week in somebody else's dispatch, see how they do it.
Yeah.
You should do.
Because I can request a week on the road if I want to.
Yeah.
Would it be interesting to go and see other dispatchers and other crews, see how they all work, instead of just watching it on the BBC ambulance?
I'm just surprised that there isn't that vessel for allowing that sort of thing to happen.
No,
That's
I
how
mean,
you're going to improve and learn and stuff like that.
Yeah, it exists obviously in SAS as a policy. Doesn't exist in West Mids as a policy. It's interesting the difference, you know, and I'm sure in Northwest or East Mids or there will be a difference again in how they do things. It's not standard.
Well, it's the sort of thing that's going to, you know, that kind of thing will change when something drastic happens. You know, they have to wait until something drastic happens, and then they go, "Oh, we should change this."
It'll take a night shift where there's like 2 crews on, where there's usually like 20 or something.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is geographical. So, for example, at the station I work at, which is just one station in West Mids, on a night shift, they put out 55 crews on double ambulances, 8 cars, 2 bikes, plus 2 support officers every 12 hours, more on a day shift.
Yeah. So
in comparison, it's vastly different. And I think that's why there is the difference, I guess, in policies, because if 3 crews go sick out of 70 crews, it doesn't have the impact. Whereas if you're working at a smaller station, I've done work for SWAST and stuff where, you know, stations I've worked at, I'll be putting out 2 crews and a car on a night shift. Well, if 1 crew goes sick, that's 50% of your manpower.
Yeah.
So it has a bigger impact, doesn't it? And I think that's where the policy changes exist, I guess.
Wow.
What?
Lewis Hamilton didn't qualify for the second phase of the Grand Prix.
So I don't have to watch that now then.
Spoiler alert.
Cheers, Steve.
Okay. Have you watched Picard yet?
No.
No,
Not yesterday. No.
You haven't watched it yet?
Not yet, no.
I have. So what happens at the end, right?
Lisa's saying in the chat, you'll have to move to Scotland, Luke. Me and Carl had this conversation about a year ago. And I would move to Scotland in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, my missus will not. So, yeah, I'm stuck in the Midlands for the time.
Yeah, there was an advert for paramedics to move to Scotland.
Yeah, and they were offering a very attractive resettlement package. But here we are.
Right, let's go through some comments quickly. Where did we get up to?
I think we're up to date, mate.
Are we?
Pop Ian saying the chopper is an invaluable tool.
There you go. He definitely says the chopper is an invaluable tool for scrap thrillers. And Lisa says you'll have to move. Yep.
Yeah, that question you asked earlier on, Steph.
Yeah.
Why do you do it?
Yeah.
I'd be interested to ask that same question to Whitey, considering he's United States. And Models for Heroes isn't even over there. What, if I may, Whitey, what motivates you to support Models for Heroes in the way that you do over there?
Just because I've seen guys that I've known who've had issues. So if it's something that's going to help others that are peers, then I'm all for it. regardless of whether it's UK or US, we've all been in the same situations, more or less. So that's why. To that end, our own Darren, he is going to try to start something up over here that's similar.
You already have something.
Oh, is it? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, models for vets.
Okay.
Models for veterans. That's already over there. So I'm surprised none of you have heard of it, because I think we know about them more over here than you're going to do over there.
You're right. I mean, like I said, Darren's may have heard of it. I mean, because Darren's been doing some research on it.
Yeah.
He's trying to get it to where I know he was trying to get it to where our podcast would be sponsoring something to that effect.
So the charity over there is 503 registered? Is that how you say it in the States?
For a non-profit, I believe it is.
503. Yeah. So there's a charity called Models for Troops, run by a chap called John Emery, and he mainly they send out models to chaps who are serving to work on between missions and etc. They don't necessarily have sessions like Models for Heroes do.
Gotcha.
But it's something that I think they want to look at. But also in Canada, they have a very similar one too through their Royal British Legion. And I think Scott's going to do an interview with one of the chaps from there soon. But yeah, if you need any guidance or any help setting something up or working out what you're gonna, how you can do it, let me know.
All right.
And I'll find someone who knows.
Their website is down now.
Yeah, then we can join your 48-hour build.
Yeah. Is it? Models for Troops?
Yep, website's down. It's reverted back to whoever it was. It looks like it's gone under.
Oh, I don't think so. I haven't heard anything.
Well, have a quick sketch for us. I think they've still got a Facebook group, but the website is just going to you go to the first page and then you click on anything within there and it just goes to something completely different.
And now for something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a sec. Did you get that link from the site, the Models for Heroes site?
No, I did a Google search for it.
Ah.
Yeah, Whitey.
Uh-huh.
It'd be interesting to ask the. Were you here when I asked the question?
Which one?
I asked the question to the guys who weren't military and had no connection to the military whatsoever. Why they volunteered to help us? What motivates you to do that?
I heard that question. Yep.
Yeah. Just wondering whether it'd be worth asking the guys on your stream later on their opinion on that, what they think about it, and how they feel about it.
Yeah, because that would be, because I know like the Triple P guys, now the four of us on the Model Geek, we're all retired Navy fellas, and but the Triple P folks who will be on later, I don't believe any of them were ever in the service. So again, that would be a good question to pose to them.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So it's a shame you weren't in a proper service.
How do you mean?
He means the army, Whitey. That's
right. If I had feelings, Carl, you could really hurt me.
So it's funny. The Navy was not my. I was growing up as a kid. I just loved airplanes, and so the Air Force was the natural path, right?
Yeah.
Most people would think, but for me, what it was as an enlisted man, there were far more air crew opportunities in the Navy because of the large, they have tons of helicopters. And so that's where, right out of high school, I was headed to, was to go be a helo crewman, rescue swimmer guy, because, I mean, they just have tons of them. And the far more opportunity, far more slots than the Air Force has.
Yeah.
And so that's what I got picked up on. And but going through the flight physical, they said I was NPQ for helicopters, which is not physically qualified for helicopters, because they said they had, I do wear glasses typically, and so they said I had a slight depth perception issue, which for helicopter crewmen that wasn't something that they want. So I got relegated to fixed wing, which was perfectly fine with me. I was like, okay, great. So
I don't care. I'm still flying.
Yeah. And I mean, truth be told, I would have much rather been on fixed wing outright. But the way they funnel you in, it's okay. Everyone's got to be a helicopter crewman, and then from there we'll get our other guys that we need for the C2 or for the P3s or the other platforms that are out there.
Yeah.
And then the other part of it was, and his son is kind of, I grew up on the East Coast of the U.S., so I didn't want to be landlocked into the Midwest somewhere, which is primarily where your Air Force bases are located. Mm-hmm. So I did my first 6 years in the E2 and C2 community on the East Coast out of Norfolk. And then for the next tour I did was actually in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I flew as a crewman. I was a crewman on the E6 Bravo, the Tacoma aircraft.
That's the derivation of the Prowler, isn't it?
No, it's similar to an AWACS.
Oh, yeah.
It's
it's a smaller version. Yeah.
The E3 platform, 707, and they use it for if you Google Tacoma, you get all the gouge on it. It's a pretty unique mission. Something I really didn't even hear of until I was offered the orders. And so I did a tour with those guys, and it was pretty interesting stuff. Dealing with nuclear weapons.
Yeah, you drop them, I'll fit them.
Yeah.
We did a tachyval. Do you know what a tachyval is?
Yes, yep.
We had a tachyval going on in Germany in 89, and I just dropped off a shape into one of the houses on the squadron and was driving away, and then next thing I know, all over the radio, index, and he's like, wait a minute, we're not even 12 hours in, what's going on? And apparently when I dropped it off, I waited for the coppers to come out. They collect it, they sign for it, and they were wheeling it back in, and the copper on the door had already started to close the door, and the doors on the houses shut on the S-type trolley that the shape was on.
Yeah.
So because it was a shape, because somebody trapped the trolley in the doors, it was straight away index.
Gotcha.
And within 4 hours, that was on Maggie Thatcher's desk.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the way we looked at that at that time.
That stuff gets pretty high vis.
Oh yes.
So we flew around with the biscuits on board.
Yeah.
With the codes, with launch codes.
Yeah.
And you had actual, and then you had training.
Yep. And
sometimes you get a new guy who would accidentally crack open the code of the day, the actual.
Oh my God.
And that obviously got very high vis to the point of, someone going up to the president and having to pull the card out of his pocket and swap it out. And, and of course, you're going to wonder why.
Yeah. Oh, new guy, say goodbye to your career. You know that career you thought you had? Not anymore.
That's what I mean by it was pretty interesting from my perspective as an enlisted crewman as well. You know, it was, you just don't really see that kind of stuff in the regular.
No, you don't.
The Navy, you know, and all of a sudden I'm put into that community where it was kind of an everyday thing, and you're with, you're put on a crew and you're all kept together, and for the most part, and and everyone's just read in on how we do business, and again, it's a handful of you, you know.
Yes. Yeah, it's very much like that in this country as well. But they even denied we had nukes up until about 91, 92, once the Russians had the Soviets had collapsed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, interesting days, fun days, silly days.
So with what's going on in the world right now, I do know some folks in the community still, and they're it's funny how it's at the forefront once again.
Yeah. But how old are you, Whitey, if I can ask?
52.
So you were around about the same time as me. I'm 54.
Yeah, I was from 88 to 2011.
I did 85 to 94.
With a slight break in there in the middle. I was out for a few years with the reserve units.
But like you and also one of the Aussie guys, Dave Goldfinch.
Yep.
We're all veterans of the Cold War.
Yep.
And a lot of the guys that I deal with in my face-to-face session are the same. They're of the Cold War era. I've got a couple of guys who are actually in Korea.
Yeah. Okay.
And their attitude towards it is, why not just go and kick his fucking ass? He's a pussy. Sorry, I've used the F-bomb, sorry.
But
it's like, no, we can't do that anymore. Long gone are the days where us and yourselves can just go, right, let's go and kick their backsides.
Yeah, not when the other guy's pointing nukes at you.
Yeah. And the thing is, it doesn't help with what happened to kick off the second Gulf War.
No.
I will never forgive Tony Blair for that. Never.
No, I'm the same. I remember, going over there for all that, and and the attitude amongst all of us was, "The hell are we doing here again?"
Yeah, and it was the same amongst the Brits. Why are we out here again? What's going on? And the thing is, though, those two doing that kicked off all the Taliban and ISIS. Yeah, he's don't get me wrong, he's an evil bastard, was Hussein, but he was keeping the area under control.
Yeah.
Though the way he did it was wrong. Us taking out Hussein just let the area loose.
Yeah. I mean, evil guy, but in those areas of the world, those guys keep the peace, more or less.
Yeah.
Or some sort of a balance or something.
Yeah, good luck with that. We'll never get that because we're human beings.
Right.
We can't do it.
Well, folks, I'm going to go ahead and punch out of here now. I'm at a stopping point, and I need to go get ready for where I need to be tonight. And glad I was able to jump in here and spend a little time with y'all.
Okay, Whitey. Take care, mate. Enjoy your evening.
Yeah, have a good evening, Whitey. It's great to see you again. Always great to hang out with you and the guys.
And like I said, I just hit up Scott and John, and they'll be ready to rock and roll for part 8.
Thanks, Whitey. It's always good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
Okay. Same to y'all. See you later. Good night.
Right.
Hooroo.
Turu.
I could listen to Whitey's voice all day.
Yeah, I could with Scott's as well.
Models for Heroes is a charity very close to our hearts here at Airfix. Modelling has always had something of a serious reputation for the time, dedication it takes to put together the perfect model. However, we believe that the journey is far important than the destination, regardless of how long it takes. Over the years, Airfix has proven we're more than just a business. Airfix is the foundation of a fantastic community which welcomes every modeller with open arms. We're proud that the modelling community is inclusive, accepting and endlessly helpful, and we vow to mirror these attributes in everything we do, especially our support for Models for Heroes.
He had good fun making those videos, didn't he? You could tell.
Certainly looked like it.
Yeah, I remember I had a lot of fun. I'm up there soon.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. A couple of weeks, I think. 12th April.
Awesome. Make sure you thank us for them. Thank them for us.
Worry. Don't you worry, I will.
They've been great. And I'll be honest, I didn't expect the selection of things he recorded either. That was a really nice surprise.
Yeah. He's good fun there.
Yeah. So everyone.
Did you have nice breaks?
I did, yes. It was definitely needed. I'm fed and watered. I've got my hot cross buns on the side ready for tomorrow.
What, literally, or is that a euphemism?
No, my buns are with me, but my hot cross buns are on the side. Oh yeah, there's no rhubarb in my buns. Anyway, well, not at the moment. Anyway, move on quick. Yeah, it was needed. I've had a nice bit of dinner. Give the cats a bit of a fuss. They're obviously happy because they've now disappeared and they don't want to be anywhere near me. So yeah, all good. All good. Good. We've got a couple of things to squeeze in the next hour and 20 minutes. Oh, wow, hour and quarter, actually. We've got, I guess, the thing that we're going to try and do.
Yeah, when do you want to do that, James?
Whenever you want. There is no problem whatsoever.
I'm going to go and have a break for about half an hour.
Yeah, cool. Okay.
Do that after. I'll do it when I come back, if that's all right.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. In fact, that's a very good segue you just said there. are having your breaks. Really important that you look after yourself. And just to give you a little bit of an update, he says, oh, talk of the devil, hello, pussycat. So yeah, there we are. We're at 84%, £1,271 raised from 50 supporters. Thank you so much, everybody that has raised that amount of money. It's absolutely amazing. Just to keep you all up to date, obviously, we've done the wheel of exclusiveness this evening, but we will be doing that again in the near future. So to be in a chance for that, you need to just literally dig deep into your pockets, make a donation, and your name is put into the draw for some exclusive stuff from us. Just as a little thank you. I'd like to give it to everybody, if I'm honest, but I can't. So,
what is the stuff? I know you've been very elusive, but do I know what the stuff is?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
We've had that conversation.
Yeah,
but
I didn't know what
you paid for it, Malcolm.
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't realise what it was that you're doing, but that's cool.
I'm not sure the coach was booked to pick you up within the tour, but
what is it, me turning up and cooking your dinner or something?
Basically, we turn up at yours and
not with me.
Dinner's on you, yes. No, it's not that at all. No, I'm going to be elusive with the answers to that question. It is just something, just a little something to say thank you. It is exclusive. It's not an everyday thing. So, yeah, I'm sure those that win it will be appreciative. And I'll spoke to you soon because now my cat wants to come in. Yeah, look all that stuff you can touch. You're not allowed to, but you can. Look. Yeah, so Steph's going to go for a break and then we'll do our guest thing. That will probably wrap up the show nicely.
How's your kit coming on?
My kit's doing fine. I've not done an awful lot to it tonight because I've been talking an awful lot, but I've just sat and done a little bit more masking up because I've got a bit more spraying to do. There's not a lot left to do, to be honest, so no biggie. But obviously I've got all the camo done. I just want to do a little bit more finer work with the mottling effect. I'm not happy with it, so have a little bit more of a play, and then that should lead me nicely into the decals that I haven't got. So that works. So yeah, I'm not far off from the kit being done. I got I can't show you because unfortunately I've got a pussycat on my lap.
Well, then you're stuck there until the cat decides to leave.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I've got a few more bits to put on, as you can see here. Most of it's painted, not all, but I'm going to do that in a minute when I switch the compressor on and put some paint in there. Throw that over there, and that should be done. And then there may be a little surprise for tomorrow, depending on
you are a very surprising man. You know that.
You know
about surprises. You think you know what's going on, and then wapow.
Yep.
Surprise, James.
Yep. You think I'm building this, but you'll find out tomorrow that actually it's completely different.
Yeah.
But no. Yeah, so I got a little bit to do, but yeah, I should. It's looking good to finish on time, so that's cool. I did have a little plan, something a little extra to go with it, but I'm not sure I'm going to achieve what I set out in my mind, because as you know, I do have a peculiar mind when I start looking at things to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're talking too much. That's the trouble. That's why you
might be a bit of a reach. Well, yes, I am, but also, it is probably best that I don't extend myself too much.
It's not just about him, Malcolm.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
It's all about James. Yes. What about mate?
It's all about James. Does Lisa do any crafting?
She does.
What does Lisa do?
Anything from a scale model to knitting.
Wow, brilliant.
Never used to do any scale modelling, but we've convinced her.
Good.
She was inspired by Luke's SAS Jeep. So she is about to start building an SAS Jeep as well.
Yeah, it's a nice kit, that.
Yeah.
An oldie but a goldie, is it?
Yes. Yeah, and at the moment she's building the Soho apartment. Not in real life.
Soho apartment.
It's like
is it like a doll's house?
Thing. Yeah.
Right, yeah, I know.
Like a little wooden kit thing. Steph's partner does them.
Yep, yeah, I know what you mean there. Yep. Another Lisa.
Yes.
From Lisa Factory.
So White Glove Models has just asked who won the wheel of exclusivity. Richard,
we're all winners, aren't they? You know.
Well, definitely. Richard has said that he was one of the lucky winners. But if you want to know, go over to the Facebook page, and there is a post that Lisa's put up telling you exactly who they are.
Yeah.
So yeah, check it out. It could be you.
I would just like to say though, some people have started to post their pictures into that post, so be mindful; they won't be shown.
Luke, I was going to ask you, how's your relationship with Element Games going? How's that progressing?
Going very well.
Excellent.
Yeah. So essentially, they call it their affiliate program. Mm-hmm. So anyone that has this sounds so conceited. Anyone
I want to hear you say
social media.
Oh, an influencer.
Can apply to their affiliate program, and they have a look at whether it be a YouTube channel, Instagram account, Facebook, whatever. They have a look at that, and if they're happy with what they see, then they accept you into their affiliate program, which essentially all it is that on any of my videos now or on my Instagram, if people want to order anything from Element Games, if they go through the link that is on my stuff, it takes them to Element Games. The website operates in exactly the same way. It doesn't cost them anymore. Yeah. But I get a small kickback from anything they order if they've gone through.
Is it quite a hands-off?
Essentially, you set up the link and all that sort of stuff, and as long as you post that on your social media, then it kind of runs itself, really.
Yeah, I see. Excellent. Well, we've got a similar thing going on with Wayland Games.
Yeah.
With Models for Heroes. That seems to run itself as well. It's quite
good. Yeah, it pretty much, as I say, runs itself once you got it all set up. It's
cool.
It's a nice thing to have.
Yeah, it is. Are you there, James?
I am.
Can you see the screen?
I can.
You can.
You got some?
I got a couple, yeah.
Nuts.
Excellent. Excellent. Oh, what? Hang on.
Oh my god!
Was that Amazon?
Yeah. I thought I ordered 3 walnuts. Turns out I ordered 3 kilograms of walnuts. So, if you want to give away walnuts,
Brilliant.
Oh, that's brilliant. Do you want me to explain that?
yeah. Well, actually, we could do that, couldn't we? We could give them away.
Yes, we could.
Yeah.
Free walnut with every donation.
No, it's not a Models for Heroes thing. I'll let James explain. Sit down and listen to his dulcet tones.
Do you want me to explain it now?
Yeah, you can.
Right. Okay. So, oh, this is exclusive. It's another exclusive. Oh my god.
Kind of is, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, as you know, Malcolm and I do a podcast called Just Making Conversation. We got a message from one of our listeners, and because I'm so unprepared, I can't remember the person's name, so I'm really sorry. But in one of the artworks we did for season 1, I used a picture of a little diorama, and that little diorama base was the shell of a walnut. It's brilliant build. I'm not going to lie. When I was looking for the artwork, I found the image on Google and went, "Oh, that's perfect. That'll do." And the topic was
going small.
Going small, yeah. So your subject matter is the smaller scale of the hobby, and it just fitted what we were talking about perfectly. And so I used it blindly without really thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, one of our listeners was so intrigued by this picture, for information. They wrote to us and said, "Could we provide the modeler's name of the picture?" And bear in mind, this was sometime afterwards, wasn't it? This was
yep.
Was it the beginning of the season? The second season?
So.
Yeah, so the beginning of this year. So something like 6 months, maybe. I guess that is really a guess, but about 6 months. Later, someone emails us and says, "Can you tell me who that modeler was? Because it's amazing. I really love it." So, of course, trying to be helpful, I had to re-Google the image, which was quite difficult because I hadn't saved it. Eventually found the modeler, and supplied the information. And then in a further podcast, we were talking about LEDs and all that sort of stuff. And Malcolm made the rash statement that he didn't understand models that have LEDs because it makes the model look toyish.
Yeah.
So this person got a walnut and built a diorama inside the walnut, which was in one way was I think it was a little Jeep, wasn't it? From what I remember.
Wasn't it firing? Yeah, it was a Jeep firing something.
Yeah, it was a little Jeep driving along in the countryside, and then the next image was the Jeep on fire with an LED involved.
In a walnut.
In a walnut shell. So some bright spark that walnut shells were freely available on Amazon. Much to Malcolm's amazement, I just got to double check. I'm assuming those walnuts are not shelled, so there's the nut inside, right?
That would be funny, wouldn't it? Eh? If I bought a load of walnuts for the group build, to find there's no bloody shell on it. No, they are fully shelled walnuts with the free nut inside. Well, I assume so, unless they've taken it apart and put it back together again somehow.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Anyway, so Bright Spark decided that obviously we watch what goes on in the community, podcast world, and all the rest, and the group build and all that sort of thing. So we decided for our first ever group build for the Just Making Conversation, we would set people a challenge of building a diorama or a model or whatever, and using a walnut shell as the base.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, because we like a challenge. We like to stir the pot maybe a little.
Maybe. So I've gone out and bought a load of walnuts. Not to practice on, but to provide to people who just can't get hold of their own walnuts, and I will pop one in the post or two for anyone who wants to join the group build and just making a conversation. We haven't talked about this at all. In fact, we're talking about that now, but we haven't got a time.
No. It will be announced officially with dates and all that sort of stuff in the very, very near future.
Yeah, after
which will be much nearer than we were going to do it, because now we've mentioned it. So
now you're tied in, aren't you?
Yeah. Watch this space. But yeah, so if you're intrigued and your juices are flowing at the thought of being involved in this harebrained scheme, then keep an eye out.
Without giving away any spoilers, so is the idea that you build inside the walnut shell?
Yep. The walnut
will create the walnut into a build.
No, the walnut has to be, so the diorama that you make has to be incorporated completely with inside this walnut.
Nice.
Not this one. Any walnut.
Not this particular walnut.
Yeah.
So obviously, Malcolm's ahead of the game. He's already made one, and inside that walnut in his hand is the universe. Obviously, the universe is closed off. The full universe is inside. What I'll try and do is I'll try and find the picture that I probably didn't save again.
Oh, it'll be on somewhere.
So
yeah, everyone's free to join. Fun. You know who I'm really looking forward to see if they've joined it. Not many people know who he is, but Steve Lidstone. I would love to see him do it.
Oh yeah. Well, I got to be honest with you, Malcolm. I've not told you this, but I have put a couple of feelers out on the idea. Asked a couple of people to see what their reaction would be, whether it be sheer horror or otherwise. And everyone I've spoken to has been very, very up for it.
Yeah, of course.
What's
not to be up for? It's a free walnut.
Obviously, the Triple P and the other podcasts. It's not going to be a Moose Wheel by any means, but they will be involved in the challenge, I'm sure. And there will be a video going out inviting them, I guess. So I found the original picture, and it was actually a duck. It wasn't a Jeep; it was a duck.
A duck on fire. A duck on fire.
No, the original image that I used. that would be like crispy duck. No.
Good bloke is Chris.
Bear me a second. It's just coming now. I'll show you on here the image that would sparked it all off. There you go.
Wow.
Yep. So it's possible.
So it's definitely possible. The person I was speaking to actually was, I think it might have even been Ian from On the Bench.
Ah.
Yeah, it might be Ian. And Ian went, "Oh, do you know what? I've already got ideas for it." He was
sure.
That's very cool.
It is, isn't it? So
that reminds me of, have you seen those briefcase train layouts?
Mm-hmm.
Tiny, and there's like a full layout inside a case.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah, it'll be fun to have a go.
Well, if you do Google diorama in nut or diorama in walnut, it is a thing. There is loads of them.
Oh, is it really?
Is it a thing?
It's a thing.
Interesting.
I don't just throw these things together, Malcolm. You know, I do research. Arduous research.
I would most definitely will probably know that, I think.
Yeah.
3 kilos.
We were fun. Yeah, I know. Well, I think I'll do is I'll just send them out to people once a week.
Yeah, then they're going to feel almost obligated. So,
well, they bloody should do. If I made the effort to send them a walnut,
you can send those to a lot of people.
Yeah. What'll end up with the story is, just making conversation made a mess up with their walnut purchases, and to get rid of them. To get rid of them, thought, well, no, we'll just set up a group build where everyone has to use one of the walnuts. It's funny. Can't make it up, can you?
Well, we have been doing for the last few years.
So, yeah, walnuts. There's a lot of models that you can get for wargaming that are tiny.
Yeah. Sort of
so
Napoleonic scale, they call it. It's like 12 mil figures or smaller. 8 mil.
Smaller. Well, there's all sorts of things you can get. So those in chat, are going to be interested in doing a walnut group build?
The email address to send your request is.
Yep. Send me an address and I'll send you my nuts.
Nick has joined us. He's saying, evening, lads.
Hey, Nick.
Hello.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Hi.
You know what I said to you about it was on Amazon? I didn't expect you to go and get them.
I didn't think I had. You know when you add things to your basket and then you forget that they're in there, and then you can add things to other baskets that we usually buy. I think we like put, I don't know, wet wipes in there or something. And I thought, there's 2 or 3 things in my basket. I'll just hit buy. Not they're in there, and I ended up with. It's actually worse than what I've said it is, but because there's another box as well.
No.
Yeah, sorry. And they just turned up, and I was like, "Oh, who ordered these?" Oh, never mind.
Oh, that'd be me.
It'll be me then.
Malcolm isn't good on Amazon. Malcolm once sent me a.
Shut up.
Malcolm once sent. What was it? It was a set of top trumps. I forget the subject. Some cat treats. And then a random thing, and I was like, I know I've not ordered. There was no note. There was no anything. It just
wasn't page 3 models from the 80s, was it?
No. I was baffled for about 2 weeks, and then we had a conversation about something completely unrelated. I was like, I had this really weird experience the other day. Someone sent me some cat treats, and he's like, I wondered why those hadn't arrived at my house.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, well, you're throwing them away, you bugger.
I've thrown them away. Yeah, I don't have a cat. I did contact Amazon, but they didn't get back to me. I didn't throw the top trumps away though.
Snake chop trumps, didn't they?
So Nick's just saying that walnut build sounds like it would send you nuts.
Yeah, it would. Definitely.
Mark from Edinburgh Modelling Man Cave says, "Evening, gents. Now weathering the Sherman. To be honest, it's going pretty nice."
Ooh,
lovely.
Excellent. Well done.
Nice.
I'll put a picture up. That's what I need to do.
I feel quite relieved now that's out. It was like a little secret.
What, about the cat treats or the?
No. About your nuts.
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna get found out. Why are you discussing that? Dita is also joining us. He's saying, "Good evening, lads. Looking great as your progress with your builds. Thank you very much."
Excuse me.
Well, that's a little bit bizarre. So, on this day in 2016, I actually finished that other ATST.
That is a freaky coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Sounds like your algorithms are working well then.
Hmm. So that red's really toned down now. I put a wash on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, looking a lot better.
Was it like a glaze as well? Was it?
No, it was just a flat black wash. So it's just toned everything down.
Mm-hmm.
There's no extra charge for the serenade this evening from Steve.
Except from YouTube, of course.
We're very unlikely to get a copyright strike on that.
Gosh! I was told I had the voice of an angel. They didn't mention it was a dead one at the time, but there you go.
Did you say deaf one? Oh dear. I got to say, boys, I've really, really enjoyed this weekend so far.
Been fantastic, mate.
It's been so great to sit and make a bit of modelling because I haven't done that much modelling recently, and to do it in such great company is brilliant.
Absolutely.
Yeah, big soft.
What it's all about.
I agree.
This will be my first completed build of the year.
Yeah, well done.
Good. Wow, really?
Yeah.
See, he's very confident. He's saying he hasn't completed it yet, see?
Yeah, it's finished. I've just got to put it together.
Oh, nice. Well, that's good timing because those observant of you would have seen me tidying up the bench because I'm done. I've finished. It is complete. It is on its base and it's done. Yeah.
Have you mat coated it?
Yep.
How did you mat coat it?
Rattle cam.
Ah.
Oh, you're trying to get you there.
I was, yeah.
I used Citadel I can't say it. Munitarium varnish, which is a rattle cam flat coat.
Cool. Can we see?
Yes. I will put some pictures up, obviously. But yeah, I am done ahead of schedule, which is
good for you. Oh, it looks gorgeous.
Yeah. So
wow.
On its base, all done.
That is very good.
A little bit.
Do you think that you've been braver with it, with the contrast, because you're doing it as a wargaming piece, or not?
Yes. Yeah. And again, I keep mentioning the podcast that you and James do, but when you were talking about realism, do you remember that episode?
Yeah.
Now, what I found over the last, what used to slow me down a lot, and I used to get caught up all the time, particularly with the armor builds, was trying to achieve that realism all the time. But then when I sort of moved away and started to learn the Warhammer painting and all that sort of stuff, where realism isn't the primary motivation for what you're doing, it's all about the contrast, the sort of forced highlights and all that. Now, doing something like this, which is a scale model, but using those techniques, actually, for me, in my head, I guess, gives you that little bit more freedom, because you're not going for, this is absolutely the wrong green for that vehicle. Pretty much, it's too light. The British armor was much darker. But from a model point of view, I think it looks visually it's more interesting, because otherwise you end up with a big dark green box. So
yeah. If it be light, you can see more of the detail.
Yeah. So but we're done.
It looks beautiful.
Oh,
really nice. And as a gaming piece, you need that extra contrast so you can see the damn thing on the other side of the table.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're playing the game, whether that be Warhammer, Bolt Action, whichever system you're playing at the time, you're almost painting for the spectator, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because everything that you're putting on the table is going to be viewed not only by yourself, but by other people from about 3 to 4 feet away.
You hope.
Yeah.
So my models of game.
So you kind of, for it to look good on the tabletop, a lot of the lighting effects and all that, you kind of exaggerate them a lot, because from that distance to bring out the details and stuff on the model, you paint in a very different way. But this, as I say, this was an experiment, but I think it's kind of worked.
I think so. It looks beautiful. What's so the next experiment that you need to do, is take a rhino, and paint it up as if it's a scale model, not using those brush techniques.
Yeah, do it in an airbrush faded.
Yep. Bit of chipping, bit of weathering, bit of rusting.
That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad
Wow, that's stunning.
I
hate you, Luke.
No, you don't.
I hate you with a passion.
It's a very strong word, hate.
Bastard.
I hear that.
Accurate. Might be accurate.
But yeah, so we're done.
Nice work, mate.
Put some pictures up later on.
Right, where are we?
Pardon me.
Next time, if you're finished early, he does have some Chinook bits and stuff. Yes. If you put them on the back of a motorcycle courier.
You just have to sit quietly and wait till everyone else is finished, please, Luke, before you can get down from the table.
Yes.
No, why did Right, are you ready, James? No, James is
Yes.
Okie dokie. Right then. Brand.
It's time to guess the thing! The thingamabob! The thingamajig! The thing! Bring on the Wibble!
So, here we go. Guess the thing. Can you tell me if this place actually exists in this country? It could be a place, it could be a street name. Does it exist? The first one on offer is Donkey Town. Have a guess, have a go, let me know. Put your guesses in the comments and have a go. So, coming to the studio, answering yes or no. Do you have a clue, Steve?
Yes.
Oh, before you, Steph.
Luke.
So,
Luke.
are these actually like official town names, or are they common use, or do you know what I mean?
Places in this country. So they could be a town name, it could be a road name.
I've got you.
They are places within this country.
Yes, I know.
Do you have a clue answering yes or no, Luke?
Yes.
Carl? Carl's on mute.
I said, is it mainland UK?
It's in the UK.
Yes.
And Malcolm, do you have a clue?
Yes. Parts of Peterborough we used to call Donkey Town.
So, you know how to do this. Stick your guesses in the comments and let us know. We've got 25 people watching, so come on then. So, Dan's in with Donkey Town. Sounds like a dodgy nightclub to me.
Is that from experience, Dan?
Much experience.
Might be.
So let me know if you think these places exist in the UK. What I should have done is regurgitated Jacko's one if I could have found it.
Oh, yeah, that would have been cool.
Which one?
Rectum!
Oh, no!
Spoiler alert. The Buzz Lightyear one.
Yes. Yes.
Plastic Shark.
Oh,
God, yeah.
that was. Oh.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Was it the one with 2 meters of 2 meters of audio-visual hose within your bladder, or was that something else?
No, I think that was something else, Malcolm.
Oh, okay.
You've been watching those naughty videos again, haven't you?
Yes. Can't stop.
Nick Farger said it's a song about a town in the UK.
Donkey Town.
So get your guesses in, guys. I'll give you another 30 seconds.
This one of yours, Steph?
Yes.
Steph original.
It's not as good as Bear Grylls.
Never will be.
No, I peeked there. Right, so coming to the studio. Starting from the top. Steve, do you think this is a real place or not?
Yes.
Luke?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
James? No. Malcolm?
No.
Well, for all of those of you who said, quickly, Dan has said, I'm secretly the club owner, Carl. Shh, don't tell no one. For those of you that said yes, well done. It's just outside Woking.
Huh.
Just down the road from you, Malcolm.
Oh, so it is. Well, yeah.
So, moving along. Does this place exist in the UK?
I know where this is.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at one right now.
That's why the camera's off.
So have a go and let me know. Pop your guesses in the comments and have a go. Mr. Ewing is saying definitely yes. So Luke, do you think this exists? Do you have a clue, yes or no?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Malcolm?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
So come on then, guys, pop your guesses in the comments.
We all know where it is. Oh dear. This could be one of those legendary ones. Oh, we're keeping you up.
Danny thing was, I was planning on being a good boy, and then this. Nick thinks yes.
Excuse me.
So pop your guesses in. Another 30 seconds, and then we'll come to the studio.
I love the Union Jack in the background. So proud. Welcome to.
Yeah, one of my next ones that I've got planned is rude name places around the world. Is the next one.
Oh, right, yeah, cool.
There's 2 places in Germany. One is called Wankum, and another one is called Fuck.
Oh, nice. Spelled F-U-C-H?
F-U-C-K.
Oh, really?
Yep. Dan's in with I think yes, and in multiple places. So let's come to the studio. Luke.
Yes.
Carl. You're still on mute. That's a thumbs up from Carl. James.
Yeah.
Malcolm.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
A couple of quick comments. Connorman, I think yes. I've had that one. Nick Farger says, one of the lads I do social building with grew up there or near there. And, of course, there is a place called Bell End, and it's just down the road from me in Wollaston.
Yeah.
Ah.
There you go.
Did you grow up exploring there?
No, I grew up on the Isle of Wight. And FYI, this little bit here, that is Dr. Martin's Made in England factory?
Yes, it is. So when I was in the fine constabulary of Northamptonshire, it was one of the areas that I covered.
All right, cool. When was that?
2010 to 2014.
Cool. Surprised you didn't nick me. Yeah, because I live in Ruston.
Okay, yeah.
So, moving along. Does this place actually exist in the UK? Have a guess, have a go, and let me know. Pop your guess in the comments and have a go. Coming to the studio, answering yes or no. Do you have a clue, Carl?
Yes.
James?
No, I do have a clue, yeah.
Okay. He's doing a John Mayfield. Yes and no. Malcolm?
Yeah, I have a clue.
Steve?
Yes.
And Luke?
Yes.
So pop your guesses in the comments, guys. Let us know if you think this place actually exists. Connor Manton with "And I'm cooked forever." I think he's corpsing.
I thought I was going to lose it when Carl asked if Bell End had a tip. But I coped.
I think Steve's about to cry.
Oh.
What was that? It's whimpering.
Certainly sounds like it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. This would be a nice time for one of our sponsors to tune in, wouldn't it?
Perfect time.
I put my name to this.
The hell do you think you're doing? We're having fun. So, going to the studio then. Do you think this place exists, Carl?
Yes.
James? Yes. Malcolm?
I hope so. Otherwise, it's just a word you put up on the screen during the stream. So, no, I don't think it does.
Steve?
I don't think it does, no.
Okay. Luke, wakey, wakey.
No, I don't think it does.
He looked fast asleep then.
I'm editing pictures.
And of course, it doesn't exist.
It should.
No such place in the. It should.
It should. Oh.
So,
Plenty
moving
of
along.
places up here.
Yeah. Lumpy Trump Lane. Does that place exist in the UK? So, coming to the studio, answering yes or no. Do you have a clue, James? Okay. Yeah. Malcolm?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Luke?
Yes.
Carl?
I have no idea if this place exists. I've got a 50-50 chance.
Yeah. And Nick Barger says, nope, but I've met many of them. I think he's talking about the last one.
Lumpy Trumps.
Had a few.
Yeah. A few definite trouser checks.
I've sent some crews out to some as well.
I bet.
No, that was the other one. Hustle.
So, probably this in the comments. Have a guess, have a go, and let me know. Dan says, "Isn't it next to Skid Row?" So, got quite a few people watching. So, chuck your guesses in. Let us know what you think. Do you think this place exists? Another 30 seconds and I'll come to the studio. Oh, nice pussy on your desk, Malcolm.
Yeah.
Topping the paintbrush up.
Yeah.
Wasn't that good?
Leaving butt crumbles.
Is that for the dio?
It's for the base.
Yeah. Burry biscuit base.
Yeah. Bit of a cling on there.
Nice. Yes.
So, coming to the studio, James, do you think this place actually exists?
No.
Malcolm?
Yeah.
Steve?
Yes.
Luke?
Yes.
Carl?
Yes.
I think it's near Carl.
And it actually, if I can find my mouse, there we are, doesn't.
Oh.
No.
But it should. So, moving along. Poopy Leg Crescent. Does it actually exist in the UK as a place or a street name or something like that? Put your guess in the comments. Have a guess, have a go, and let me know. Coming to the studio, answering yes or no. Do you have a clue, Malcolm? Okay, I can come back to it if you want.
What worries me, okay, is if it doesn't exist, it means you sat down and wrote this down as like a place that could possibly exist, and then have to Google it to find if it didn't exist. So does it? Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. It does. It does exist.
Okay, Steve, do you have a clue? Answering yes or no, unlike Malcolm.
Yeah.
Luke.
No.
Carl.
No.
James.
No.
So pop your guesses in the comments. Let us know if you think this place actually exists in the UK.
Or yes.
When did John Mayfield get on?
It doesn't exist. There's no way.
Are you sure about that, Malcolm?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna Google it.
Oh, here we go.
In fact, I'm just gonna say to ask my Google to navigate me to Poopy Leg Crescent.
Here's a map of the close.
Oh shit! No.
Here's a map of the close.
Navigate to Poopy Leg Crescent.
These are the top results.
It's two doors down.
Yeah.
New Poopy Leg Crescent.
Sorry, what was the address you wanted?
Number 2, Poopy Leg Crescent.
Sure, 2 Cooper Crescent.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Stop. Oh no, it doesn't exist. According to my Google Maps.
So, Malcolm.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Does
No.
it exist?
No. Done research.
Chief.
No.
Luke.
No.
Carl.
No, because Malcolm just proved it.
James.
I'm going to say yes because Siri never gets anything right.
And it doesn't exist.
I'm getting worried.
So, moving along. Tickle me button. Does it exist in this country? So, pop your guess in the comments, have a guess, have a go, and let me know. Coming to the studio answering yes or no. Do you have a clue if this exists? Steve?
Yes.
Luke?
I'm not sure. I'm going to say no. I don't have a clue whether it exists or not.
Carl?
No idea. So, no.
James?
Yeah, it's 2 streets down from Tickle Me Arse.
Malcolm?
Yeah. Yes.
So, Mr. Marley's in. Morning, John. Morning, all, he says. 09:15 in the Newcastle, Australia. And he's in to draw a line under it. Thank you very much, John. Nick Farr just says, I love Google. I just found your information source, Steph. It's a gold mine. And he says, morning, John.
Morning, John.
John.
Morning.
So, let us know what you think. And Quano Man has just said, just Googled it. And now I need an exorcist for my browser history. So, coming to the studio. Steve, what do you think?
No.
Luke?
I'm going to say yes, just because I hope it does.
Carl?
Yes, I'm going to go with.
James? He says no. Malcolm?
No.
And John saying kia ora to Nick. And of course, it doesn't exist. No such thing.
No, that's a shame.
So, moving along. Minge Lane.
Oh, no!
I know where that is as well.
I want to get off.
Does it exist? What do you reckon, guys? In the comments, let me know. Have a guess and have a go.
I fucking hope
So, coming to the studio, answering yes or no. Do you have a clue, Luke?
Yes.
Carl?
No.
James? Okay.
Is he on? Is he on the phone?
He's probably on the phone to YouTube saying, honestly, it wasn't me.
Oh no, he might be on the phone to his wife, and of course he can't shout these things out, can he?
No. Malcolm?
Yeah.
Do you have a clue, yes or no?
No.
Steve?
Yes.
He's gone.
Right.
Jeff Light's in and he says, believe it or not, it does. When a man done, oh my God, I'm on the floor. You're killing me. So, James, if you can hear me, do you have a clue, yes or no? Okay, dodgy hand.
He's not sure.
What's he doing?
No. Nick Farger's in with the family show just flew out the window. Well, it's past 9 p.m. over here. So let us know what you think in the comments. Have a guess and have a go. I'll give you another 30 seconds and we'll come to the studio.
More importantly, I'd like to know whether this will translate very well with the Americans.
Why? Do you want to repeat it on the American show?
Oh God!
I just think it'd be quite interesting to see if yeah.
They might take it very, very seriously. Is that Minge Lane? I don't know. Have you heard of a Minge Lane? You ever been up Minge Lane?
all the way to the top end.
All the way down the bottom where the arsehole crescent is.
Yeah.
There we do. Don't stick its tongue out and wait till you hit something sweet.
Yeah.
I know some of the kings around there.
It's very close to Bell End.
Oh dear.
John Marley says spraying lacquer paints in a minute. Hopefully nobody plays that accursed music. The thought of dancing around wearing nothing but a full-face canister mask doesn't thrill any of us.
Well, I don't know. That's the thing. Anyway.
No, seriously, TMI. So, coming to the studio. Luke, do you think this place exists?
I do think it exists, yeah.
Carl?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Malcolm?
Yeah.
Steve?
I don't think it does, but I want it to.
That's a bad answer.
Well, Steve, your wish is my command. There you go.
Oh my God.
Minge Lane in Upton upon Severn. There you go.
Is that close to Crack End?
I want to know if there's a number 69 Minge Lane.
There you go. Malcolm, Google it. Go.
No,
Go.
I'm Googling it. No,
Yes.
no. Someone in the chat can Google it.
In the chat we've got trying to get the back wheels into Minge Lane. And he's drawn a line under that one for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Jeff Light says, good evening, guys, by the way. Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Jeff.
Evening, Jeff.
Right, next on our list, Shagger Avenue. Does it exist in this country as a place or a street name? Pop your guess in the comments and let us know. Have a guess and have a go. So, coming to the studio, answering yes or no, do you have an idea, Carl? You're on mute. No. James?
Yep.
Malcolm?
No.
Steve?
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Steve's gone. Oh, dear.
Oh,
So, pop your guess in the comments. Let us know if you think Shagger Avenue exists in this country, the UK.
You get because my puff's going everywhere now.
Oh dear. John Marley, been there. That's why my back's stuffed. Oh no. Dan says, I just Googled the house number. It is there.
No.
69 Minge Lane.
Oh no!
Wow.
And Jeff's like, no.
What does Rightmove say it costs? What the hell's lived in?
Yeah, 69,000. Oh, you okay up there, Steve?
Yeah.
You killed him.
Oh, please don't tell me you're going to have an heart attack. I think I've just killed him.
Bless him.
Oh, dear. Coming to the studio then.
Try
Carl.
not to do it on Shago Avenue. Whatever.
No.
James.
No.
Malcolm.
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah.
Luke.
I think it's round
No,
the corner
right.
from the road.
So. No, it doesn't.
I'm so disappointed.
Very good.
Oh my god.
So, moving along. Dick's Mount. Does it exist in this country? Have a guess, have a go, let me know. Put those guesses in the comments and have a go. Coming to the studio, answering yes or no. James, do you have a clue if this place exists?
I do have a clue.
Malcolm?
I don't have a clue.
Steve, if you can speak.
God, no, I haven't got a fucking clue.
Luke?
Yes, I have a clue.
Carl?
No idea.
Oh, I need a drink.
So, going through the comments, Nick Farger says, I hope that people over there don't name their kids after street names like they do in Azais? Or is that should be Aussie?
Ass size.
And Mr. Marlish drawn a line under that for us. Thank you very much. And Nick Farger says it's more like 96 Minge Lane for most long married men. Yep, there we go. And Jeff Light says yes.
I get that. Why is it 96 if you're married?
Because you don't get it.
Speak for yourself, mate.
Oh, I see. Ah, that's clever. I like that. Yeah, I get it.
Oh god.
I heard that penny drop, I did.
Yeah, no, I like that. That's clever.
So pop your guess in the comments. Let us know what you think. Does Dick's Mount actually exist in this country? Give another 30 seconds and then we'll go to the studio. So, Facebook user, let me have a look who that is. Bear with me a second. And that was Stephen Leslie. Hello, Stephen. And he says, considering there is a Dick's vet, I'd say yes. Hope Stephen is fine, as I understand for many of their final. Their final time is going by a 69.
Oh. Okay.
I think he pressed enter before finishing off his comment.
Oh God, why are you sending a picture down?
Right, so coming to the studio, do you think this place exists, Carl?
Yes.
James?
Yep.
Malcolm?
Definitely there. Yeah.
Steve?
I'm going to say yeah, because it's got to be something to do with Dick Turpin or something like that. That's the only thing I can think of.
Cool. Luke?
Yes, I do.
And of course it does. It's in the county of Norfolk, near Wheataker. So, moving along. Wet Wang.
That sounded wet.
I think the answer is yes. It's around Buckinghamshire by the sound of that.
Stop. Now.
Stop it. So, do you think this place exists? Have a guess. Pop those guesses in the comments and have a go and let me know. Coming to the studio, answering yes or no. Do you have a clue if this place exists, James?
Yes.
Malcolm?
No.
Steve?
Yes.
Luke?
Yes.
Carl?
No.
So, got a Malcolm's just asking people to grant StreamYard permission. Mr. Marley, he entered prematurely. That's what I heard. And then quickly draws a line underneath it. Jeff White has gone, yes.
Yes.
So, have a guess, have a go, and let me know. Does Wet Wang actually exist in this country? John Wiley says that there's a place in Australia called Wangaratta. Everybody calls it the Wang. Dan saying, holy Christ, I need a nappy change. And I think Malcolm will attest to this. This is quite a sedate one to some of the ones we have.
Yep. Yes.
Well, there is that, I know, but
yeah. Especially the case of the beaver.
Oh,
Yep.
Nice beaver. Thanks, I just had it stuck.
So, go on then, coming to the studio, does Wet Wang actually exist? James?
No, it doesn't.
Malcolm?
Yes, it does.
Steve?
Yes, it's got to.
Luke?
Yes.
Carl?
No.
And the answer is yes, it does exist. It's just down the road from Driffield.
Oh, lovely drift.
So here endeth the Guess the Thing. Thank you very much for playing, guys.
Thank goodness for that.
Really appreciate it. Should we have a quick update on how much money we've lost?
Oh.
Before that, John Miley says, any chance of Steve's movie posters getting a showing? Oh, I'll have to speak to Steve, see if we can get hold of him.
Well, he texted me to ask if the Sunday morning models for Heroes is happening. And I said no, because we're on here doing the 48. But if I think he had one ready for the other day, so if you wanted to, I could get him on. But it will be in the middle of the Dutch one, won't it?
Yeah.
And we're already going to do sit rep, so I don't want to take over.
Yeah.
Their show.
Or we could do it in our show.
Yeah, you can do it on Monday. Or the next week after, or something.
No, I mean in the UK show tomorrow morning.
Oh, the later morning, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do. That's true.
Cool. If you can have a word with him.
Oh,
Got some comments there. Jeff Light, that was brilliant. You're welcome, Jeff. And Conor Manson, adding that one to the bucket list of places I want to go. So, thank you, James.
Well done. Thank you, Steph. Very good.
Thank you, Steph.
Very good. Very good.
And here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Share. £1,271 raised.
Well,
Fantastic.
Well done.
That is awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Well done, everybody.
Plus your auction money, don't forget.
Yeah. There's more to go. There's more to go. You've got auction. Lots of
the one we've done.
You've got £90 for the one we've just done.
Yeah.
So it's definitely moving towards the final goal. How are we doing for time, guys?
What time are we coming up?
25 to 11.
We may have overrun.
Oh, yes, by about 5 minutes.
Yeah, let me just go and check to see what's going on.
What's going on? Let me know.
Nick Farger, Wet Wang, home of quirky cakes. And Jeff Light says, but I'm beginning to wonder about my missus. She knew them all.
No, we've not overrun. Well, we've overrun by about 6 minutes or so, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so about 1 o'clock, Luke and I are going to hopefully rinse the American. Try to persuade the Americans to follow them only.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure the Americans will be up for it. And a rinsing.
You going to go through that post, or was that for another?
There
was no time.
No time now.
Yeah, no, we'll go through it another time.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't want to overrun too much.
That's right.
Just bear me a second while I just do this, because I'm just chose to do it at the wrong moment. And if Natasha's watching, yes, I know, love. That's not the first time. Of course, it would be the one delicate part of the whole build I choose to do at this moment.
I'm sure somebody can press a movie button, can't they?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's one of these.
Hi guys, I'm Stefan. I'm from Holland. I'm the Dutch founder and chairman of Scale Models for Vets, similar like Models for Heroes in England. I'm hoping that you get a great birthday bash and raises a lot of money in the UK. I'm building also and wish you good luck. And now I'm bailing out to go further on my scale model. Good luck and raise a lot of money.
I really hope John was spraying them.
Yeah, so do I. So there you go. Paint job is all but done.
Nice.
For me. So let me just make myself big. The eyes. There's an app for that, or I could just do that. So yeah, basically I've done the paint that I'm happy with. That'll do for now. I've got its feet on. I've got to paint the back wheel and literally finish her off. And we're done. So that's pretty cool.
Very nice.
That's me. Oh, look at that new angle. That works better. So yeah, that's me. We are definitely going to leave it for here in the UK. Thank you to everybody that's watching. Thank you to everybody that has donated up till now. And thank you for all those that get involved with the auction, etc., etc.
Yep.
Are we up to date with all the comments?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just the last one. That's it.
Ducked inside, swap out the phone for the iPad.
Got it.
Damn. Well, there we go. That's fine. So yeah, thanks everybody for being with us. We're going to duck out now, but in about 20 minutes, the guys from Plastic Posse and the Model Geeks will be there for your entertainment and delight, and Ivan will be there as well. I didn't really like that.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Cool.
Show and Ivan by my side.
But Ivan, yeah, cup of Joe and Ivan by my side. Nothing can go wrong. So. Anyway, thanks everybody, and we will see you later. Bye now.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Cheerio.
Thanks so much. Stay safe. Keep.
Shall we hit the end broadcast?
No, I should